Yes, sorry to interrupt the conversation. But ready to get started. We have set aside some larger coffee breaks, so hopefully we will be able to network some more. I'll do a slight introduction. My name is Lars Christian Selbekk. I work in a small region in Norway with following up the Water Framework Directive. And I visited Brussels last year with a project that is funded by the Østfold County Municipality, where our goal was to do some outreach to other European actors that work with water and all the sectors related to water. And we then, in this fall, came in contact with the European Forest Institute, ERIN, and the bioregions facility that EFI has. And we decided to try and do this event where we would look at the intersection of forestry and water on a regional level. And then, of course, our host today is the Oslo Region European Office, and Randi, who has been running around making coffee, and Fabian and Mina, who you met down on the first floor. Much appreciated for all the work they have also set aside for us. A small introduction. The blue in Testen is my region. It's a small region in the southeast of Norway on the border to Sweden. It consists of 4 municipalities, 2 county municipalities. And as you can see, the national average of agricultural land in Norway is 2.8%. But in these 4 municipalities, it's a bit over the national average. Of the agriculture, and then also quite a lot of forested areas. So the idea behind the program for us and the people here today was that we would start off with getting an overview of forestry and water with our kind of expert talk and in the beginning, go over to how the European cooperation on forestry is planned and the regional role or the role of the regions working on bioeconomy and water resilience. We will then have some regional examples and then have a slot at the end where we can do some dialogue and brainstorming on what could be possible in the future for the participants here. Short information about the gifts that we will give to the speakers today. There's some our region this is timber being floated, so they will get a chocolate figurine of a man floating timber from our region. And then also we were going to have some spatulas made from wood, but they canceled on us on Monday. But then Gunnar here, he's a local hero now who has his own workshop, and he's made some egg glasses or egg cups from juniper that we will gift to our speakers. And Adrian, my colleague here, went to his workshop and got the egg cups from there. So he's the big hero now at our office. Yes. Then we will start off with the program. As mentioned, we will start with a bit of expert talks. And for the first, we have Anders Iversen. Me and him worked a bit in Norway together. He on a higher level than me, on the directory level. But he's now at the DG Environment as a national expert on water. And he will let us know a bit more about the water resilient Europe. Thank you, Anders.
Thank you, Lars. Yes, I'm water nerd, so this will be mainly about water. in the beginning. Used to work in the water unit in the Environment Agency in Norway for 18 years on European water legislation implementation. And now I'm doing a 2-year as a national expert in the Commission. So to start with the overview of what I'm going to talk about, the Water Framework Directive, of course, which is, I think most people who know it think about integrated management of river basins and achieving good ecological and chemical status. I will talk about the biodiversity strategy, specifically the part on free-flowing rivers, and the nature restoration regulation, which has made that into a legal commitment. I will talk about the pretty new water resilience strategy that was adopted last year, which has interesting components like restoring the water cycle, the source to sea approach, and focus on sponge, which is like the new word for natural water retention measures. And I will also mention the climate adaptation strategy, because that also has quite strong focus on the need to use more nature-based solutions. And they all kind of come together in supporting the idea of river restoration, natural water retention, and free-flowing rivers. I will tell you a little bit about each of these. I will use a bit more time on the water resilience strategy, since that is the newest of these 5 documents. And yes, hope that will give you at least some kind of policy overview for water policy in the EU. So the Water Framework Directive is more than 25 years old. It has some environmental objectives to protect, enhance, and restore, with the aim of reaching good water status. When looking at how it has been implemented in the member states, we could say that up to now it has been quite a lot of focus on the protect and enhance. But with the nature restoration law, we are getting more push to also actually do the restore part. But we also have seen that in implementation so far, there has been a lot of focus on the blue water, the visible water in rivers and lakes and coastal water, and also the groundwater. But the directive actually says that it's also about preventing deterioration and protecting and enhance aquatic ecosystems and terrestrial ecosystems and wetlands, directly depending on the aquatic ecosystems. We haven't seen too much of that in the implementation, but I think that is coming also now because of the links with resilience, flood protection, nature-based water retention, and all of that. And it also says that the directive should contribute to mitigating the effects of floods and droughts. And as part of ecological status, it has hydrological quality elements, which is not only about flow, it's also about continuity, the migration, the sediment transport, but also the morphological conditions, including the structure and condition of the riparian zone. So by definition, the Water Framework Directive goes outside of the rivers and the lakes and into the more terrestrial area. Last year, the Commission did a report on the implementation in member states so far. And in that, we also had some recommendations. I can not go through all of them. I'll take those that are most relevant today. Member states should be boosting efforts on nature-based solutions, including renaturalization and ecosystem restoration to reduce hydromorphological pressures, step up efforts to improve river continuity, set out ecological flows for all river basin districts, and review permits for abstraction and impoundment. So it has quite a lot to do also with the quantity of water in the natural water cycle. 20 years after the Water Framework Directive, we got the biodiversity strategy, which of course these strategies are not legal documents, but they are policy documents giving a direction. I just have to move. There is something on top of my slide here. There, yeah, I managed, yeah. Greater efforts are needed to restore freshwater ecosystems and the natural functions of rivers to achieve the objectives. To help make this a reality, at least 25,000 kilometers of rivers will be restored into free flowing. And overall, large-scale river and floodplain restoration can improve water regulation, flood protection, nursery habitat for fish, and the removal of nutrient pollution. So also pretty clear going outside the river and into the floodplains. Nature-based solutions will be essential for emission reduction and climate adaptation. So this was just a strategy. But at almost the same time, the year after, we had also the climate adaptation strategy, which also talks a lot about the need to apply nature-based solutions. It says that implementing nature-based solutions on a larger scale would increase climate resilience. Nature-based solutions are essential for sustaining healthy water, oceans, and soils. And using nature-based solutions inland, including the restoration of sponge-like functions of soils, will boost the supply of clean fresh water and reduce the risk of flooding. And that is, of course, because the longer you retain water in the nature, in the forest or the wetlands or whatever, the less water goes into the rivers, catch up speed and force and have destructive powers when there is flooding. So you reduce the flood risk. But at the same time, the longer the water stays in the green part in the nature, the more of it will trickle down and recharge the groundwater, the aquifers, which is also very important in the southern parts of Europe that have trouble with water scarcity and drought. And that is often part of the reason is that they have channelized their water so it disappears into the sea far too quickly so it doesn't have time to recharge the groundwater. So getting closer to today, the Nature Restoration Regulation, it has some specific targets on water. In Article 4, it talks about the restoration of terrestrial, coastal, and freshwater ecosystem to improve to good condition the habitat types that include rivers and lakes, riparian forest, and alluvial meadows. And Article 9 is maybe the one that gets the most attention when it concerns water at the moment, the restoration of the natural connectivity of rivers and natural functions of the related floodplain. And there the member states have to make an inventory of artificial barriers and identify the ones that have to be removed. And those are supposed to mainly be the barriers that do not have a function for society anymore. Yes, primarily obsolete, that are no longer needed. Complete the removal of barriers with measures necessary to improve the natural functions of the related floodplains and ensure that the connectivity of rivers and function of floodplains is maintained. So you see the Nature Restoration Regulation made into a legal act what was said in the biodiversity policy in 2020 on this point. Then we come to last year when the European Water Resilience Strategy was adopted. It has quite many action points. I will not go through all of them, but I'll give you an overview and then some examples. So the three objectives are to restore and protect the water cycle, build a water smart economy to boost competitiveness and attract investments, and secure clean and affordable water and sanitation for all. For our topic today, I'll mainly be focusing on the first of these three objectives. But across those three, there are 5 enabling areas of action, 1 on improving governance and implementation of water legislation, 1 on increasing investments and infrastructure, 1 on digitalization and artificial intelligence, 1 on research and innovation, and 1 connecting water issues to security and preparedness. And of course, those of you from the Oslo area know the enormous cost Oslo is having of connecting a second drinking water source for the city, and that is to a large degree a security issue because it's very dangerous to depend on just one drinking water source. So yeah, it's already a big issue, this connection between water and security and preparedness. So focusing on the first objective, on restoring the water cycle, the strategy talks quite a lot about the source to sea approach, which you could say is just a new wording for integrated river basin management from the top of the river basin until it reaches the sea. But that's sometimes we need to rebrand to get the politicians interested. So natural water retention measures are now sponge, and integrated river basin management is now source to sea, just to make that clear. New wrapping. It says we need to give priority to using the full potential of our ecosystems to store, purify, release, and restore water on land and at sea, based on a source-to-sea approach. Riverine pollution, disruption of sediment flows, and water shortages all have a strong impact on the health of the marine ecosystem. Coastal areas play a critical role in the water cycle and are crucial in preventing land-based pollution from entering the sea. Limiting the pollution of aquatic ecosystem by nutrients call for accelerated action from source to sea. So maybe especially those of you who are from countries around the Baltic, see the link here, all the nutrients ending up in the Baltic, and that can only be solved upstream or mainly be solved upstream. So specific actions, launch a green and blue corridors initiative to support the restoration of ecological settings and infrastructure, including rivers, wetlands, and coastal restoration to restore the water cycle with the source to sea approach. And boost Europe's competitiveness in the water field by spurring innovation and closing the skills and knowledge gaps. We need to create more synergies and connect industry, education, and research with a source-to-sea approach. So not trying to solve the problem bit by bit, but more systems thinking. One more pretty detailed slide. What the strategy says about these nature-based sponge measures for water retention. In addition to existing legislation, we need to step up our efforts to improve water retention on land. The Nature Restoration Regulation provides an opportunity to support water quality management and enhance resilience against both droughts and floods with nature-based solutions. On its way back to the sea, fresh water is naturally stored in soils, forests, wetland, floodplains, and other ecosystems. There is a need to redress the natural sponge function of our landscape to replenish our groundwater reserve and to protect biodiversity. In urban areas, sponge cities carved with nature-based solutions to absorb and release water in a controlled way should be promoted. And this is quite a strong statement. Water management should prioritize nature-based solutions. And some of the actions to better coordinate and scale up existing initiatives aimed at increasing water retention on land, the Commission will develop a sponge facility, providing a coherent framework for new and existing initiatives to increase water retention on land, and establish a water resilience investment accelerator to implement 20 pilot innovative cases for natural water retention. I just want to comment on this slide that I and the rest of the water unit, of course, we are promoting the increased use of sponge measures, nature-based water retention, but we are not doing it naively. We understand that in some places you have to combine nature-based solutions with the typical traditional gray solutions, and in some places there might just not be space anymore to make the green solutions, and we will still rely on some gray solutions like floodwater channels and stuff. But the main point is we have been using too many gray solutions. We need to increase the percentage of nature-based solutions. Trying to sum up this part of the water resilience strategy, it's very much about connecting the green water, which is the water stored in nature, wetlands, forest, etc., with the blue water that we see in the rivers and lakes and coastal water, and also with the gray water, the water that can be treated and reused after having gone through the wastewater treatment or industrial processes. So that was actually an overview of these 5 documents, some of them just policies, some of them with legal requirements. And I want to, as the last slide, say a bit about the cost of restoring nature and using more nature-based solutions. Our commissioner said this in a meeting last year. We need to rethink the link between the environment and the economy and look at the protection of nature as an investment, not a cost. And we also have numbers telling us that investment into freshwater restoration is estimated to add between 24 and 26 euros in economic value for every euro spent, thanks to the ecosystem services provided. And this is from the official impact assessment for the nature restoration regulation. So this is something that needs to be explained to the ministries of finance in all the member states. So thank you for your attention. Hope that was a functioning oversight of the water legislation.
Yeah, thank you, Anders. I think we have time if there are any questions for clarification or unanswered parts on water. Not immediately. No, then
we'll have time after.
Yeah, we will have the talk afterwards where we look at water and forestry together. While we wait, you can have a look at the chocolate figurines. And
thank you.
Yes,
very good.
Thank you very much, Anders. Yes, then we will move into the forest. Bartmus works at the University in Leuven. We met at an event by Sibe Breers from EFI, who is here as well and has been helping with the program. So Bart was very quickly added as a suggestion to the program with his knowledge on forestry and statistics on European forests. So very happy to have you here, Bart. And there you go, and we'll get a status on the European forests and forestry.
Thank you, Lars. Good morning, everyone. I'm a professor of forest ecology and management at KU Leuven, just 20 kilometers east from here, outside Brussels. And yeah, I was asked to give a bit of an overview on statistics. And yeah, it was a nice exercise because in recent years, there have been a lot of recent publications in the scientific literature coming mostly out of large European projects that give really a nice statistical overview. And I tried to put everything in nice European maps. Oh, yeah, good.
I think it's still here, sorry.
I can work with that one as well.
Yeah, but in case you need laser, perhaps. Should be.
Yeah, very kind. Thank you. Okay, so I put here a number of things I would like to talk. I try to put like a narrative in it. First, say something about how much forest do we have, and is there a trend? Is this forest still growing? What is the status of the vitality and also the disturbances? Then talk about the tree species composition and also how this might shift. About forest management regimes, where are the forests that we manage intensively, less intensively, and where are the unmanaged? A bit about forest products and about forest ecosystem services. And one of the services is, of course, the water service, where I will try to link to Anders' talk. So let's start with the forest extent. And I got the data from Forest Europe, the very recent report of 2025. So 35% of European land is covered. And here you see, Forest Europe is more than the European Union. It's more or less 50-50 between conifers and broadleaf. There's, of course, mixed stands, maybe not enough. And important to know that only over the last 30 years, there was an increase in this forest area of 9%, and it still continued to increase. And I found a map that shows where does that happen. So here you see the forest expansion between 1992 and 2015. It's rather a recent publication here from Spanish researchers. And yeah, you see the hotspots of where forest is increasing. And there's a hotspot in Southern Europe, and there's also a hotspot in Eastern Europe. And so most of that is marginal agricultural land. It can be land for livestock, it can be cropland, marginal land that is most of the time not actively forested or planted, but just growing dense with trees. And I know very well the situation, for example, here in Catalonia. In the year 1900, Catalonia had a forest index of 5%. And today it has a forest index of 65%. So it went from the situation of Ireland to the situation of Finland. And all those forests are more or less unmanaged because they're just growing, and on abandoned land, there's huge potential to do something there. But for the moment, those forests are underused and cause forest fires. Anyway, so there's this strong trend. We know where it is, and it's continuing. Every year, for example, for France, I know every year 80,000 hectares of forest, new forest in France. Every year, 80,000. So the millions of forests come in Europe very quickly. So that's an important carbon sink as well, of course. Okay, then the second theme is forest growth. And there's a very nice study of Hans Pretsch from the Applied University of Munich. It's all measured plots of forests where we have data of growth. And there's a very nice gradient of Scots pine plots. That's the little balls, and then the crosses are other species. So for Scots pine, we can nicely compare between countries and areas, but also for the other. And in fact, you can divide Europe in like 3 regions. A region where there's a negative trend in growth is mainly southwest. A central region where there's more or less status quo, and a northern region where forest growth is increasing. Of course, what is the reason? The main reason is climate change, or I should better say environmental change or global change, because increase of forest growth in these areas, CO2 increase, temperature increase, well, precipitation, it depends. Probably here the negative trends here are precipitation related, or let's say evapotranspiration related, because don't forget, with increasing temperature and the same precipitation, the water stress is increasing, because with higher temperatures, trees need more water to have the same growth. Okay, so that gives us quite a nice idea about the growth trends. I zoom here in on one tree species, on beech. I've done quite some research on that myself. And for beech trees, you see here also the negative trends in red, and then the positive trends in blue. So most of the beech area, well, these are the trends, you can't see it, but it are the trends of the last 20 or 30 years. Because if we look further back, beech trees are still growing all over Europe much more than in the year 1900. So in the 20th century, we had an increase in the growth of most of our forests in Europe. And now in the last 20 years, we see a plateau or even a slight decrease. And that's certainly true for beech, except in its northern edge. You know, a beech is a tree that needs a medium climate, not too hot, not too cold, and so on. So the southern edge of the beech is really under pressure by drought. The northern edge has a lot of potential. So it doesn't mean that in Scandinavia the beech is growing fast, but it's growing faster than before. And so there's a huge potential. And of course, you only see the southern tip of Norway and Sweden, because that's where the beech is nowadays. But if we would look at growth potential for beech, for whole Scandinavia, you would see that the beech potential is increasing, and you can be sure that also in parts of southern Sweden, which are north of this area, they also become suitable for beech. They are already suitable for beech. So Scandinavians, don't forget to plant beech, at least in the southern part of your countries. Forest vitality. You know, there's since the 1980s, the level 1 plot, Footman, ICP forests. And yeah, these are 16 by 16 kilometer grid. We have plots in all the countries. And this is really a long-term data set to know vitality. We look at coloration, we look at leaf loss. And so it's really big data set. And so what we see in this period, last 20 years, is a decline in more than 1/3 of the situations in vitality. So overall, we can say that the vitality trend in European forests is not positive. There's much more plots where there's a negative trend than plots where there's a positive trend. And yeah, that has all kind of reasons. Here we go then for different tree species into the origins. The foresters that are doing the inventory, they always ask for the origin if they know at all. So the most important agents are insects, fungi, and abiotic agents. If you take those three together, you have already quite a large part of the explanation. So yeah, insects and fungi, very often climate changes make trees more susceptible, and we see these things like spruce bark beetle, just as an example. And abiotic agents, yeah, this can be drought stress in many cases, because fire is a category apart. Yeah, then forest disturbances. We know that the climate is not only heating, it becomes more extreme because there's more energy in the atmosphere. So the climate becomes more heavy, more violent, and that leads to more extreme events. And this is a recent study I was also part of in Science, just published a few weeks ago, which is really, I would say, the result of the best state-of-the-art of forest modeling that we have in Europe. It's a combination of mechanistic models that have been run for thousands of plots, validated also, and the use of artificial intelligence. And overall, yeah, we see an important increase in disturbance rates in percent per year of the area, of the local area that is affected by different disturbances. And then you see the trends here for the disturbances one by one. So a drought stress, a tremendous increase, insect attacks, a very important increase, and windstorms a little bit, but the trend is much less clear here. So yeah, we have to take into account in the next century a bigger risk of disturbances. Does that mean that our forest will die or decline everywhere? No, you know, as foresters, we can do a lot about disturbances. If we make our forest more resilient, then this can be quite okay. And so we still have positive growth trends. If we combine that with a resilient forest management, and we can keep this disturbances under control, this can still be a quite positive evolution. But anyway, so if we forest disturbances, they might have an impact on the carbon storage. So nowadays, our forests are still sinks of carbon, but in the future, they might become sources. So that's really an important point of attention. And so, yeah, mitigation cannot happen without adaptation. So the absolute need to think how we can adapt our forests to climate change, make them more resilient. And yeah, I published a perspective paper with Christian Messier from Quebec in Canada, where we observed that forest managers, although they believe in climate change and they see the things happening in their forest, most of them do not take adaptive measures. They say that they don't really know well what to do. Also in the forest industry, there's still a lot of pressure on forest owners to do what they used to do always replanting spruce. I know it very well here from the south of Belgium, and the forest industry continues to say, yeah, that's the only species we can really use in the industry, continue planting. Although the ecology is saying, no, spruce is outphasing in our country. So there's a tension there. And there's also tension with the nature conservation goals of the EU, which are quite rigid. They are not climate smart, I would say. They are based on these habitats, and some of these habitats are maybe just not reachable anymore because of climate change. So I think also there we need to rethink in a more flexible way how to realize habitats. And so, yeah, climate change adaptation, one of the big leverages we have is adapting the tree species. That can happen naturally, but you know, research has shown that the climate change is now going 10 times faster than the speed of movement of trees in a lowland landscape. So it might be that if we don't do some assisted migration, so help trees to move to more northern areas, we might have some decline of the natural tree species distribution. I will say a bit more about that. But anyway, one thing is sure, and there has been a lot of research on mixed forest systems, and the evidence there is really very strong. We have a network, it's called TreeDivNet, of experiments where we manipulate the tree diversity levels in experiments all over the world. The evidence is very strong. More mixture in your forest means higher productivity. More mixture means higher stability, higher resilience, more multifunctionality, and so on and so forth. The evidence is really very strong. So you wonder why plantation forestry is still so much based on monocultures. Of course, there's practical issues. It's more difficult to manage. It's more difficult to harvest. It's more difficult to market. But it's really a key to stabilizing our forest. And so together with FAO, we had the special number of Una Silva, the forest journal of FAO, about more diverse planted forests. And we believe that this is also a business case. We call it tree diversity as an economic asset to make plantations more mixed. Yeah, and then I'll come back on this assisted migration. Yeah, here you see the distribution of Norway spruce under climate change. And I have a graphic like that in my course, and I teach my silviculture course. Next year it will be 30 years that I'm teaching this course. I have already 30 years this graph, showing that in Belgian forestry, in the past we had a very productive stance of Norway spruce, but under the stronger climate change scenarios, we go out of the distribution area of spruce. This is very worrying. And I don't say that spruce has to disappear. No, let's clever admix things. This is more or less happening. We had 250,000 hectares of spruce 30 years ago. Now we are back to 175,000. We replaced with Douglas fir, with Sitka spruce, with beech, with mixed forest. There are ways to do that. But if you don't do anything, you're just waiting until the whole spruce forests are declining. And yeah, the bark beetle plays an important role in that. In Central Europe, the bark beetle is everywhere. And in Scandinavia, most foresters still think that they have a climate that is apt to spruce and not apt to bark beetle. But I was informed by the Finnish colleagues that the bark beetle is already in Koli National Park in Karelia. So I would say a silviculture, which is so big, important economic base, like in Scandinavia, with three main tree species, it's risky business. So I think we all have to think about this possibilities of assisted migration. I was speaking about the beech, but there are other options. Let's take here Abies alba, the silver fir, native species to Central Europe. It's everywhere in the mountains. This is the, let's say, the suitability map of today. We can split it in a threshold of suitable, not suitable. You see that southern Scandinavia is now today already suitable for Abies alba. But there's no Abies alba in Scandinavia. It's not native, but it's also not planted there. So I would say maybe it's time to experiment at least. And here you see the future climate change scenarios, and of course 2070, 2100 with stronger climate change scenarios. How Scandinavia becomes suitable to very suitable for Abies alba. It's just a tip. We scanned more than 200 tree species on with species distribution model to see what happens in the future and look at the trends. And here we make like this matrix species that are suitable or become suitable, and species that are unsuitable and stay unsuitable. And then the ones that have an increasing trend and the ones that have a decreasing trend. I just give some examples because it's really nice to see how we can scan already beforehand which species have a certain potential for a certain area. Of course, this is now the exercise we did for Belgium, but you can do it for any country because we have the data, we modeled the rest of Europe. Celtis occidentalis, sorry, that's it's an American species. It's an exotic. We have in Europe another Celtis, the occidentalis. Anyway, you see a very strong trend. It used to be frost sensitive in Central Europe, but you see a very positive trend, and so it's suitable for our situation. So it's a species which becomes interesting to look at. Quercus suber, cork oak, you know it from Portugal, Spain. The trend is very positive, but it never reaches the line of suitability. So don't plant, maybe in your garden if you like it. Tilia tomentosa, Eastern European species. It's very suitable and it stays suitable. Only a few climate models show this unsuitability. And Ulmus glabra, the mountain elm we have here native. You see already today, it's at the edge. It suffers drought stress. Only in the mountain, north slopes, and so it's good. And the trend is negative. So it's one of the species that we will probably lose in our country. Okay, that was about 3 species. Let's look at management regimes. And yeah, you see here a bit where the different regimes are between unmanaged, close to nature, then multifunctional, intensive to very intensive. Yeah, you see here the plantation forestry with eucalypt and pines is here. Scandinavian forestry, quite intensive. Central Europe, most multifunctional. But there's also quite a lot of unmanaged, mainly in Southeastern Europe. I would say quite a lot that is here combined objective forestry in the south. I would say is largely unmanaged. There's not much timber operations, thinnings whatsoever. And yeah, I didn't find really a good map of trends, but I think that the unmanaged is a winning area. Also, the close to nature and combined forestry. I think the very intensive forestry is decreasing in area rather than increasing. But of course, it's hard to predict. There's different important things that can define the trends. Of course, the prices. We have relatively high prices of wood at the moment. Imagine that we go to a climate neutral, petrol-free society, then we have a bioeconomy like in the 19th century. That means that forest biomass will be expensive. Imagine that it will be 4 times more expensive than now. Then, of course, a lot of this unmanaged forests might become managed again, because now there's the cost of managing in mountain areas is too high compared to the income that you can get. But put the prices somewhere higher and the whole situation changes. On the other hand, there's a very strong movement, and that is also politically supported by the increasing urban population, to go towards close to nature management and even unmanaged forest. You know, it's one of the biodiversity objectives of EU to come to maybe 1/3 of the area in unmanaged. So there's also a strong trend in that direction. And together with you, probably, I'm really wondering in which direction it would go, but very hard to say. Yeah, then the products, what are we using them for? And is there a trend in harvesting? And yeah, this is the only paper I found. It's based on remote sensing. And it cannot make a difference between normal harvesting or, for example, disturbances, or salvage logging after disturbance, because in many countries there's an obligation after bark beetle that you clean up your spruce stands to avoid that bark beetle goes further on. If it's effective or not, that's another story. But yeah, there was some in scientific literature, quite some debate. Conservationists say that yeah, European forests have a trend to over-harvesting. Yes, there is a trend of more gaps in the forest, but yeah, is it disturbance? Is it salvage logging? Or is it really an increase in, for example, bioenergy harvest? It's hard to say. But it's certainly something that we have to follow up. And of course, remote sensing can serve as an early warning signal. But I would say in all regions in Europe, we need management plans to make sure that if the prices of the wood go up with a factor 4, that we don't overcut and we stay in the sustainable side. I think that's our responsibility as forest managers. I worked quite a lot on making all sectors sustainable and climate neutral, and we worked with the chemical industry. And you know, if the chemical industry is thinking about climate neutrality, they only think about their energy sources, which are mainly on petrol, but they never speak about the sourcing of the material itself. If you make plastics, if you make fine chemicals and so on, where does it come from? It's all from petrol. Here in the harbor of Antwerp, that's like 6 million tons per year. For whole Europe, something like 50 million tons of chemical products that come from petrol. We asked ourselves the question, is it possible to source that all from European forests in a sustainable way? And the answer is yes. And that's the study we had here by 2050. We see this stream, and all this goes into the classical wood products, and this goes in the chemical industry. And is it suitable? Yes. So we started from the idea that we would not touch protected areas, that we would not touch wood that goes in the traditional sectors, wooden buildings, paper industry, and so on. But the only thing that we had to change, that is that we should not longer use wood as an energy source. Personally, I also think that it's a bit stupid to use wood as an energy source, because burning such a beautiful molecule, yes, you can do that at the end of the cascade, but not with virgin wood. It's too valuable. So if we could use it in the chemical industry, for the forest owners, that would be good news. It's more added value. You would get a better price instead of just burning it. And yeah, where is the energy then coming from? Wind, solar, hydro, but not from trees. This is perspective. So yeah, we looked also at the mismatch between the chemical industry and where is the forest. The forest biomass is what you see as green in the map. We have, of course, a lot of paper and wood industry hubs in Scandinavia. If we could build on those platforms a lignin-based chemical industry, that would be great. And of course, the big industry hubs here in Belgium and Netherlands that are now on petrol. The question is, can they turn into wood? Because yeah, there's quite some wood biomass here in the area, but can it be shipped in an economic way? I come to the end of my story. Ecosystem services. So I mean the ones that are not wood-based. This is very fresh material from the Interseed project, this Horizon Europe project, where we do the mapping of ecosystem services of all European forests now and in the future. And this is for forest recreation. We use, yeah, you could say citizen science platforms to see what is the value of forest for recreation. So we look really at the amount of people coming in the forest. So the more forest there is and the more people there are, if you have those two things together, that becomes very valuable. We looked at forest soil protection. So is the avoided soil loss in tons per hectare per year of forests in Europe. And you see the very important protection function of Central European forest with steep mountain slopes. And then for forest water protection, based on catchment information, we look at monthly percentiles for the drought risk indicator, the 5% percentile on the monthly. The water availability is the 50% percentile on the of the monthly water flows in the catchments. And the flood risk is the 95% on the daily data. If you would be interested in how we calculate that, you could contact me. It's based on an article we made more than 20 years ago on how we can use catchment data for life cycle assessment. Maybe one last thing, adding to Anders' his story. Anders said, yes, we should go away from only looking at blue water and having a more integrated catchment approach. I cannot agree more, but I would say even more. We should even go from watersheds or catchments to what we call precipitation sheds. This is from an article where we look with the last understandings on the role of forests in the water cycle globally. And one important thing that we know that is that evapotranspiration by forests is important, but is never lost. This water stays in the atmosphere and is recycled and comes as rain somewhere else on the continent. We know, for example, that the large agriculture production areas in the world, China or Argentina or whatever, they recycle water that is coming from forests over land. So that precipitation is much more water from forest than water from the oceans. So don't stare at the oceans, stare at the forest. And if you're interested in this paper, yeah, I have it here on the QR in a second. Let me just synthesize. European forests are expanding still. Climate change is causing disturbances more and more, but we can make our forests more resilient. If we don't do that, our forests will become a weakening carbon sink and may become a source. We have to expect a major shift in tree species composition. We could proactively think about that. For sure is that mixture is an economic asset. So make your forest more mixed. It will pay back. Management regimes, I explained you, it's not clear in which direction they go. Might be to less or to more management. Forest products will certainly remain valuable resources. The price levels will determine what we exactly do with it. But I would think that we go to more mobilization, and maybe also for chemicals. And yeah, other forest ecosystem services are prominent and will become more prominent, especially the water-related ones. And I think they are still a bit underlighted. We speak about carbon credits, also about biodiversity credits recently, but we don't speak about water credits. And I would imagine that payments for ecosystem services should be for the forest package as a whole. Forests have carbon, forests have water, forests have biodiversity. So forest credits for all the ecosystem services provide as a package as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bart. Any clarification questions before we do the small talk between Anders and Bart? Not immediately. Yeah. Bart, you will get. You can take with you the.
That's very kind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And if I can bring you both back, Anders and Bart, we will do. The idea was to do a bit of a talk with the experts now on the intersection, which Bart kind of introduced now, where water and forest meet. I'll try and turn this off so you don't have it in your face. Yeah. And this is a kind of an open round, so feel free to raise your hand if you have any questions. And you, of course, you might have questions for each other as well during the thing. But yeah, I have some prepared, but feel free to join in for the talk as well. When I was here last, I went to a lot of these bioeconomy talks, and some of the topics were very focused on competitiveness of Europe, security of Europe, where sustainability, resilience, and those kind of topics were no longer very central in the talk of bioeconomy and the rise of the bioeconomy strategy as well. Is forest resilience, water resilience, so now a basic thing in the European sense that it's not needed to be talked about, or is it a forgotten element in the rise of or the proposed shift from fossil to bioeconomy? Are you scared that the topic of resilience is losing its footing in Europe?
Would you like to start? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, let's talk maybe a bit about the sustainability in general. And there's many questions, many topics where you see a kind of political shift recently to, I would say, the old school, giving less attention to the sustainability and more to the competitiveness. But in the end, I think this is unnecessary polarization, because I think long-term healthy economic logics should be by definition sustainable. Otherwise they will not be able to sustain it. And like for example in the whole EUDR import of deforestation, and this policy is also a clear slowdown from a kind of worry that it will attack our but yeah, if you look at big companies, they feel a bit frustrated because they did already the efforts to go in that direction, and so for them it's slowing down what they just wanted to do, and wanted to prove their consumers that they were able to put their products on the market in the right way. So yeah, I think we should be careful and never forget, in the end, if we don't do it sustainable, our business will fail. And yeah, the petrol business is a good example, of course. If we continue to use that, we run into big trouble, all of us. So I still believe that the future of our sound economy is in innovation, in finding new solutions. And yeah, if you're a pioneer, you always have this upfront costs and investments and so on. But I think it's the only way forward.
Well, I think there is an understanding also that we could be walking into a big water crisis, which would affect our security and our competitiveness and everything. I mean, obviously, in some of the Southern European countries, you see big problems with water scarcity and drought. It's becoming extremely difficult to find enough fresh water for both the population and agriculture and industrial processes. In some countries, like I was reading about Malta the other day, they are solving it with more use of desalination, which also requires a lot of energy. If Europe is planning to become more self-sustainable and production of any kind of important production of things we now import, those industries will also be needing water. One industry that is growing very quickly now is the data centers. They use a lot of water for cooling, often taking it out of the natural systems of rivers and lakes. Some of it will evaporate, some of it will come back very hot. But as part of the water resilience strategy, we are also promoting this innovation to look at better water efficiency for industry, also look at dry cooling, like where you don't need water, looking at the reuse of grey water. So I think there is an understanding that we'll be walking into a general crisis if Europe doesn't have enough water available.
Yeah. Another kind of thing we are the scarcity of area to do climate adaptation. For example, you mentioned some places there isn't enough space. The idea we're going to present is taking forested areas, since we have between 65 to 83% forested area. But for example, Belgium doesn't have the same average of forested areas. That's when you travel through Belgium, you don't see a lot of forests. But is forestry the key actor in climate adaptation in all parts of Europe, or is there some places where it's less evident to use forested areas for nature-based solutions, for example?
Yeah, indeed, it depends very much on countries and areas. As you say, in Belgium, the forest index is only 20%. And if you look at the urbanized northern part here in Flanders, it's only 11%. And the Flemish government has already 30 years a plan to increase the forest area with a poor 10,000 hectares, and they were still not able to realize it. To just say how difficult it is to realize a new hectare of forest in such areas where it's heavily urbanized, but also a big pressure from very intensive agriculture. And you know, there's a competition in land use between all the sectors. And so yeah, it's very improbable that forestry will be a very important part of the adaptation. Of course, forests need to be adapted, but everything needs to be adapted. The agriculture sector also needs to have climate smart agriculture, adaptation, mitigation. And then, yeah, for example, the water sector, also here in Belgium, almost all water that we have is used. And it's not always used in the most efficient way. There's still a lot of pollution of surface water. We come also with the problem of atmospheric pollution, nitrate pollution in the groundwater, and so on. So I would say adaptation, climate change adaptation, is really a challenge of the whole society, where forestry can play its role, rather limited in our case. But I would say agriculture can play a much more important role. But yeah, agriculture will need to choose completely new paths, because now it's in a kind of lock-in where it where it contributes a lot to the problems rather than to the solutions.
Does the resilience strategy look at what kind of, or the implementation of the strategy, does it look at different areas or where to put the nature-based solutions in the?
Well, it's not that many months.
No,
since
no,
it was
yeah,
adopted, so
yeah.
we're still working on the specific actions. But I just wanted to mention that from a water perspective, of course, we see forests in many places as a good sponge measure. And it's not only because the trees or water in the trees you see. You have to remember the part below the ground also, the vegetation and all the organic matter that's in the ground, if it's a natural or semi-natural forest. Of course, the forestry practice is important also, because if you have like monocultures and then you cut everything and destroy the ecosystem again, you will not get the same water retention or the same carbon storage as you will in a more natural forest. So that aspect is also important.
Yeah.
But talking about climate, if I can just add anything more, because we're talking about forests, but trees in general. I've also seen some very interesting pilot projects with trees in urban greening, and the importance they can have for temperature regulation, for instance, in cities, partly because of shading, partly because of evaporation, but also in taking up stormwater floods in urban areas. So trees in general are, you could say, are good sponge measures and also temperature regulating.
Some urban forestry.
If I can add a bit to that, it's a very important topic, because with forest management we can do a lot for water. Forests are very strong in infiltration. Studies worldwide show that forests have higher infiltration rates than other land uses. So having forests will lead to groundwater recharge. Very good news. And much less to runoff and to erosion. So that's a very important thing. And so yeah, to keep the forest soil intact, avoid compaction and so on, having continuous forest cover is all positive for infiltration. The side that is less clear for the management is the evapotranspiration part. If you have more forest cover, more dense forest, the forest evaporates more, so that's green water that leaves the system. If we do more cuttings and more thinnings, more intensive thinnings, more water is reaching the soil and can feed the blue water system. And there's a big debate now in forest management. How intensive should the thinnings be? And the experience from Southern Europe clearly say, in our situations, we prefer to have more intensive management with more thinnings, because we get more water in our rivers compared to doing nothing. But yeah, I just had a PhD student working on this topic. There's also limits to that. If you open up your forest too much, you get drought stress for your biodiversity, which is related to the forest microclimate, but also for the trees if it becomes too open. So we need to find some optimum there in the density that we have our forests. It's the balance between evapotranspiration and all the cooling effects that the trees have, and otherwise the feeding of groundwater and surface water, the blue water. So this balance we need to find. And then the last thing, all the measures in the forest that contribute to more carbon, and especially more carbon in the soil, are also good for the water. Because soils that have more carbon, more organic matter, retain more water. So the sponge function increases by having more carbon. So all the management that keeps forest floors, forest soils intact, less clear cutting or clear cutting on smaller areas, retention trees, all that contributes to sustainable water management.
Yeah, and speaking of management, with mentioned monocultures, you have the Sitka spruce fields in Norway, or you have the eucalyptus in Portugal, for where you have these larger monocultures that create some issues. And with forestry, you of course have to plan ahead for a long-term kind of investment when you replant area. Is the shift ongoing or to going beyond the monocultures, or is it moving slowly?
It's moving very slowly.
Yeah.
It's moving too slowly. So most of the companies worldwide that are in plantation forestry still believe that the advantages of having monocultures is more important and better than having mixtures. Of course, having mixtures, what does that mean? It could also be monoculture plantations, maybe with hedgerows in another species. It could be the same species, but other clones, working multi-clonal. It could be a mixture at the level of stands, a stand of species X and a stand of species Y. So mixture does not mean that you have individual tree mixture. So I think in plantation forestry, there's a lot of things to do. On the other hand, you know, there's a lot of negative publicity about eucalypt forest and intensive plantation forestry, and also there we need to be a bit careful about what we are saying. I've studied eucalypts in tropical areas in Africa and Latin America, and you know, the idea that this all huge water over consumers is not true. There's no tree which is more water efficient than a eucalypt. So for the amount of wood you get, there's a very limited amount of water. Of course, they grow so fast that in the end, they use more water than anything else. So it is a matter of what do you want? Do you want wood or do you want water? If you want water, cut them. If you want wood, keep them.
I think we were talking like a lot about forest and a lot of quantity here, but forests and trees also are important for nutrient uptake. If you have a problem with too much eutrophication, for instance, then forested riparian zones between agricultural land and the river will be important. And also for stabilizing the soil and reducing erosion. So it has the trees and the forest, even if it's just a thin strip of it, are important for water quality in many ways.
Very, very correct. And there's research that shows that, for example, for erosion, 1% of the I would say that 95% of the erosion is created on 5% of the land. So if you have forest on those critical areas, you solve the problem. And in fact, with water quality, it's also similar. If you have buffer forests along waterways that, for example, protect the waterway from eutrophication, sediment, fertilizers that flow in from the agricultural land, with very little amount of forests, you can have a tremendous effect on water quality. It's a matter of planning where. That can be modeled. You can predict where should you put your forest to decrease your pollution with a certain percentage.
So trees and forestry is central to both the resilience of quantity and quality, you would say. Good to know. Is there any, Thomas?
Do you think there are enough incentives for private landowners to create forests that are contributing to countering all of the problems that we have? Or the incentives are mostly for creating extractive forests that are the problem? Not the problem, but not the best type that we can create.
But I think subsidy systems are very country and region specific. And there are regions in Europe where, extractive or very economic based forestry is supported. But I would say in most areas in Europe, it's the other way around. If I think about subsidy system in my country, most support to private forest owners is more for ecological or recreative facilities. If you open up your forest to the recreant, you get subsidies. If you actively work toward the Natura 2000 objectives, you get subsidies. Subsidies for also for sustainable forest management, like early pre-commercial thinnings, things like that. Yeah, but in general, I think that subsidy systems in Europe for forests are rather well. I would think so. Yeah.
On the water side, what we often look at is the need to have more space for the river, which includes regaining the riparian zone and the flood zone. And it's difficult to give one answer for all of Europe because the legal systems are often quite different from one country to another. In some countries, the private ownership of land and even the river is very strong, and in others, it's more a common good. But I have seen some good examples, I think from Holland, for instance, where they have had this big room for the river program to allow the river to use all its floodplain when there is floods. And what they have done is to have contracts with the local farmers. So it can, for instance, be used for grazing, not so much for forests, I think, but I'm not the expert on this. Yeah. But at least the land can be multi-purpose. So when there is a flooding, the farmer will remove the animals and he will get some compensation for letting the area be flooded. But in general, it's a big challenge because we see that as we need to adapt more to climate change, we need to give the rivers more space to retain the floodwaters, and it's often very difficult to acquire the necessary land. So. And it's a bit the same with trying to reintroduce more forested riparian zones to reduce agricultural runoff, for instance. Right? The farmers will think they will be losing some agricultural land if you require a 5 or 10 meter forested buffer strip. So, yeah.
Yeah, in large part of Europe, alluvial plains of river have been deforested already long time ago, and were traditionally used as hay meadows. Very often they were too wet to put the livestock. But hay meadows, so the farmer was cutting the grass and bringing it to the stable. And very often, these are traditional ancient grasslands, which have a high ecological value also for flowers, insects, and so on, which are, it are semi-cultural, semi-natural systems. And so, yeah, I think it's also not necessarily complete that this all become riparian forests again, because the nature values are often in these hayland systems. But permanent grasslands have also a lot of this ecological values related to water services that also forests have. They have high carbon, and they have permanent cover. So in terms of erosion control, improvement of water quality, they are similar to forests.
Question over there.
It's Giuseppe Pilar from the European State Forest Association, public forest owners. Thank you for the presentations. I wanted to talk a little bit, thank you a lot for talking about the forest management in Southern Europe and how can this play a role in the water availability, water retention, because we find that the water resilience strategy is very focused on sponges, but then it doesn't really focus a lot on forest management and the role that it can play. So it's interesting to see it here in the conversation. You also then mentioned the water stress that the South has. I was actually working for the Ministry of Agriculture in Catalonia back when the drought was happening. So it was a big challenge to play with this water availability and forest management. And as you mentioned, there's this balance on if you cut too much, then you have these problems on the landscape getting dry, etc. Then, but you mentioned then that cascading use and how we can like what the energy and using this wood for energy should not be the ideal. But in these landscapes that are very stressed, that the products might not compete with other regions in Europe, what is your suggestion then to provide this water resilience, but also to be able to maintain this management, maybe depopulated or regions that cannot compete, but also they are very stressed?
Well, for Southern European forests, I see a strong win-win between a number of interests. So now a lot of that forest is recent forest that has been growing naturally on abandoned agricultural land. And so what you get is a pioneer forest, very often of pines, like Aleppo pine, which is all more or less even-aged, and which forms like a landscape continuum. And yeah, what is the problem with that forest? Well, at first hand, people see it as positive, because after many centuries of overuse of deforestation, there's finally a lot of forest in the Mediterranean again. So that's good news. But because of the type of pioneer forest, it's a forest that leads to risk of mega fires, so large forest fires that are very hot and uncontrollable. Second, you get important loss of biodiversity, of open area related to biodiversity, because 80% of, for example, the native plant species of Southern Europe need full sunlight and cannot withstand the shade of the forest. And third, this forest is not bringing any economic income, because let's say the ecosystem services are not monitorized or not valid, and there's no product coming up because yeah. So I think the win-win is now here. Imagine that it would be cost effective to take wood out of this forest, and you could only dream about a wood price which is a bit higher than now. But even with the wood price of now, if there are some investments in companies that use this wood, I think a higher mobilization of this wood would lead to a lot of win-win. You would have forests that are more open, so there will be more blue water in the rivers. Good news for the drinking water, for the agriculture, and so on. The risk of mega fires is increasing dramatically. We create possibilities for survival of this rare biodiversity, which is massively getting lost now because of this forest expansion. And you could create new industries. And I think, speaking about the chemical industry, the biorefineries, it is possible to imagine that all the petrol which is coming in the harbor of Tarragona now would be in biomass, would come from biomass hubs, where you have a cellulose lignin-based, maybe smaller biorefineries which locally produce all this stuff for the chemical industry. So yes, I see a lot of potential, but it's not there. The same for cross-laminated timber. Nowadays, we don't need the big trunks anymore. We can make very strong beams for construction with rather small trees, which are a bit bended. So this Aleppo pine is good enough to do that. And I see also the first investments exploring this, so it's very promising.
Something to add on the water resilience strategy and management? No?
Not so much. Just a comment, thought that since I'm working on catchment management, you mentioned this discussion, if you cut all the trees in an area, that area will provide more water more quickly to the river when it rains, stuff like that. But it's also very much a question of scale. If it's a local area, that is true, but if you cut all the trees in the region, then you will have so much water, all the water going into the river when it rains, you will have a flood, and then you will have no water left for the dry period. So it's also a question of, are you talking point locations, or are you talking big scale whole regions?
Yeah, absolutely.
One more small question.
Yeah.
At the end of, I don't know whose slide, but there was sort of that we should move from catchments to these sort of areas where the water is originating and then raining, right?
Yeah, the precipitation
The
shed, yeah, we
precipitation
call them.
shed,
Yeah.
yes, that's what you call it. Do we have enough data to reliably define that this forest contributed to this rain? And so we can sort of encircle the area and say, this is the precipitation area? Because then
I
you could
would say,
right, that
yeah.
an incentive should be
Yeah.
created.
I would say no, because it's really it's very new and it's very difficult. What scientists do with data from weather stations, from remote sensing, it's you mainly need to know how much water vapor there is in the air, and then you need to know how the air moves. So the wind directions, the wind speeds, and so on. And there are already quite some papers which show how important that is. But some of those papers are also still debated. And there's this famous paper by Makarieva. They call it like a pump. They consider that forests which are near the ocean, they really pump the water inside from the rain and then send it more backward into the land. And yeah, at continental scale, there's certainly a reality, but then more regionally, we have only partial understanding. But it just to make sure that we don't forget that water vapor is not lost and it comes back somewhere else. So in the past, we are all by only looking at blue water, we always considered forest evapotranspiration as a negative thing. And we were talking about interception losses, evaporation losses. No, it's not a loss. It goes somewhere else. Of course, in the water wars that we will have in the future, it's still now about petrol, but yeah, this is all very strategic information. If you only look at the region, now the water goes to our neighbor instead of to us. And you know, now some countries are experimenting by bringing chemicals in the atmosphere to
Intercept
intercept
the waves.
to change clouds into rainfall. I don't know. It's also a bit scary.
Are we at least roughly aware of the scale of the transport? Because I've read some papers of like China should invest in South European forests because the water sort of flies over the entire continent and it rains there. And things like this, right? So if we were at least aware of the scale, we could know.
Well, the scale is that in the important agriculture areas of China, the rain that falls there comes more from Eurasian forests than from the Pacific Ocean. And the same is true for the Rio de la Plata area in Uruguay, Argentina. You know, it's also one of the cereal production areas in the world, which is export and import for food security and other parts of the world, like Europe. There's more water coming there from the Amazon forest than from the oceans. Yes, it's an important topic.
It's very difficult to predict. I mean, the understanding now that they're using the term atmospheric rivers about this water transport. The difference is the rivers on the ground, they mainly stay in the same pond. But atmospheric rivers change, and also with the climate change, the whole weather pattern is changing. So it's a bit difficult to predict the water evaporating from this place, where will it land, because that can vary from year to year.
Yeah, very much.
Siebe?
Yeah, Siebe Vliets from the European Forest Institute. Thank you for the presentations. So I think we've seen that management is important for water resilience, but also for wildfire prevention, for the bioeconomy, etc. But also we saw, I think in Bart, you mentioned that in the nature restoration law, they want to set aside 1/3 of the forest area to be unmanaged. So I wonder if there is not a contradiction in between different regulations that I think they're all belonging to DG Environment, like the bioeconomy strategy, the water resilience strategy, and this nature restoration. So if you have any comments on that.
Yeah, it's a good comment, and indeed, we have water policies. It was a very nice overview we got from Anders. But then we have the biodiversity policies, we have the bioeconomy policies, we have the carbon policies, and they're not always fine-tuned to each other. And that's now the big challenge, to bring those policies together and see where are they strengthening each other and where are they antagonistic. And yeah, so for management, managed, unmanaged, even in Europe for today, we are not that far from a situation where 30% of the forest is more or less unmanaged and 2/3 are managed in one or another way. I think that can also shift in importance and in regions. Yeah, I believe that we need both, really. So yeah, I was just pleading for more intensive forest management in Southern Europe. I'm also pleading for more non-management in our country. It's not in contradiction. We need and what we there's also a whole discussion. Should we go for a land sparing or a land sharing approach? Land sparing means that we separate the areas where we have intensive production of wood within areas where we have conservation of biodiversity. And maybe then the water, it's to see. And then the other approach is very much the approach that you see also in Germany. They are very much in favor of multifunctional forest management, saying, okay, we should have all functions in all forests, more or less. Maybe some zoning, some accents, but we have multifunctional forests. And well, I think the truth here is also in the middle. It's very time and cost efficient and land efficient to have intensive forest management. That's why I'm saying I'm not against the eucalypt forest in Portugal. If you manage them well in a professional way, you take away pressure on other lands somewhere else in the world where you can have more conservation because it's so productive. And then we have areas where probably we like the multifunctionality because of heritage reasons, because of traditions, because of culture, because of densely populated areas where we don't have much forest, so they need to be multifunctional. So I think we carefully need to see what are the strengths of the forest here and there to decide which ones are pure nature, which ones are very intensive biomaterial use, and which ones can be multifunctional.
I think it's very typical what you mentioned, that different policies have a bit different objectives, and we have to look for where is there synergy, where is there possible win-win, or at least try to reduce the negative impact that several policies have on each other. So yeah, from the water side, I mean, we look at the policies for increased agricultural production, increased forestry, increased renewables production, that some of them could have negative effects on water quality and water environment, so that we have to try to find the balance.
We have time for the last question from Mika.
Yeah, just perhaps Mika Kallio from Finland, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. So I'm not talking on behalf of the ministry now, but on my own behalf, because I'm one of these small forest owners, private small forest owners in Finland, out of these 630,000 roughly. And so when I'm now, the reality has really hit me, sort of what's happening there with these windfalls, everything. And also it's not just that how I want to manage my forest, but what the neighbor does as well. So because I face the reality now, clear cut the next one, then open the whole thing up down to the river with all wind blowing from the river, and our forest started falling down. No matter what you did, what you can do. there are not that many options, but this clear-cut fence. And it's not just that it's not always what I want to do, but always you simply are hit by the reality what comes out there. But the windfalls are getting a problem there, and especially now in a small region. For instance, this morning I called my mother there in the region, and she said that when she was now driving back to our home farm there, so all by sudden now again huge windfalls there in the area. It's a very small area at the moment, but affected by the wind a lot. And as a private forest owner, so you have these thoughts about this forest management, and you would like to do, like I have been in business for quite a while already. So I want to keep the forest as it is and really use these not monospecies, but really have rich forest areas. The reality is something different down there, so it is just a fact. And just want to bring this angle I've experienced lately. Thank you so much.
Is it time to react on that? Or?
Yeah. A couple of minutes.
Yeah. So windstorm is in Western Europe always already the most important disturbance. So in the forestry of Western Europe, there's some experience with storm damage and how to deal with it. And there are different ways to deal with it. If you go to the British Isles, Ireland and Scotland, Wales, they consider that the windstorms they have are so heavy that the best way to deal with storms is to keep short rotations so that your trees never grow high and never catch a lot of wind. And so they continue to work with clear cuts like in Sitka spruce, and they don't thin much because they say directly after thinning, if then the wind blows, the whole thing goes down. I would say, like here in Belgium, we are a little bit protected. The British are in the way of the winds. Nevertheless, we have very strong storms and very regularly. We have a long silviculture tradition to make our forests resistant against storm damage. And it has all to do with, I would say, spatial planning. For example, clear cuts, you make sure that they are not adjacent to a very old stand where the wind could take full speed. So we would make smaller groups or more continuous cover or things like that. But the most important thing of all is the thinnings. And we start to thin early, and the thinning intensity goes always up and up and up. So in the beginning, we thin very slowly. So if the storm would come directly after thinning, that the damage is not there. But bit by bit, we give trees with very big roots that become very stable by itself. And then, yeah, you can work with retention tree systems. The retention trees will not go down. They stay because they have been prepared their whole lives to stay along. That's how we work. If you like, we can organize a little trip in the urban forest of Brussels here to show how it works.
How many thinnings are you doing then in the scale?
Traditionally, we did thinnings, let's say, every 5 to 8 years. And now, because of, with the machinery and the compaction and so on, it's also costly and disturbing. We try to increase the frequency a bit, but not too much. Let's say 8 to 12 years, not more than that, because we consider if you wait too long, again, the storm damage or the storm risk increases.
That if I can continue commenting, but then what happens for the productivity and profitability for the forestry? Because that's the main issue. Also.
You have to see the equation, but of course we have a very different production system. We work for high quality timber, large rotations. So typically with oak and beech, we have rotations of 120 to 200 years. And we produce stems that are very expensive. So you can permit yourself to have a higher cost. It comes out in the end.
Yeah, so it pays back. That forest. Yes.
Thank you both very much. we will have a half an hour break. We'll set up a larger break so you can talk and email or whatever you feel like. But thank you again for the presentations and then joining for the talk. Thank you very much. Yes, we are then ready to go on to talk more about cooperation, and we have Mika Kallio from the Finnish Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, who will present a bit more about the quite new, fresh forestry.
Quite fresh.
Yeah.
And like the title says, upcoming fresh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. See, partnership on it. Yeah, I think you'll have to use the down
Arrows.
button.
Yeah,
and I'll try and fix this in.
Thank you so much, Lars, everyone inviting me, and was it CB and Ignacio, actually, you are behind as well, so thank you so much. A pleasure to be here with you and also get familiar with new people from the not from the forest business, but from the water business, more or less. Like I've been in this forest business for quite a while already. And today, so I want to give you a presentation and an overview of a new initiative, which is a large 10-year European partnership focusing on forestry and forests. And this is not a title we have for the proposal at the moment. You can still see some old title here and there because this has not been yet officially started. So we are about to have the grant agreement signed like any, I wouldn't say days, but let's say weeks. And if all goes fine, we'll get started officially started in June. But then first part of my presentation will be more like an overview of these partnerships in general. The part we have had towards the forest partnership, and then the second part is more focused on the strategic reason based agenda and giving a short overview of that one as well, as you can imagine. So many elements in this, and while we are developing this for 10 years, so yeah, in these 20 minutes, I guess I have 20 minutes. So please just interrupt me if it looks that I'm going over time. But anyway, so as you can see, this has been a long collaboration effort between different ministries, funding agencies, stakeholders around Europe throughout the years. It got started back in Finland as a national collaboration effort, so that we collected different ministries, funders, stakeholders together to focus on forests themselves and to build up a program, really funding. I'm not now talking about a funding program for research and innovation. And then step by step, it started growing, so that back in the old times, it was first the Swedish colleagues who heard about the initiative we had in Finland, so they got in touch with me. Then the Austrian colleagues came in, and finally, by accident, there was a chance that the European Commission launched then these first ERANET initiatives back in 2004, and we were among the very first ones to get started. And I've been dealing with this one since 2003. Former colleague of mine, then I was working for something totally else. I was in IT industry, etc. So although forester nowadays as well as background, but still so contact me that can you help with some calculations? And here I am, still helping with the calculation. She has already retired, but I'm still here, but still. So this is the part, and as you can imagine, as you can see already here, so some funding totals also throughout these different individual ERANET initiatives, and this has been a continuous collaboration between these different ERANETs as well and initiatives. But altogether, throughout this roughly 20 years or less, so we have invested around 100 million euros. The figure is not that correct. It's more than 100 million euros altogether with all sort of co-funding through these national funds. And the Commission for these small pieces in a way in the present scale, so has invested some millions of euros altogether, because initially the Commission, as it was for all ERANETs, the contribution from the Commission was really to support the collaboration itself. and not to co-fund the research activities built in. And therefore, Commission has, with that small investment, if I remember correctly, some 20 million altogether throughout these years. So they have received this investment of more than 100 million euros from the member states and participating countries. And where we are nowadays, so we have these 2 circulated initiatives up and running still. The UFRE project was coordinated by the European Forest Institute, and one of the reasons why I'm also here. Then Forest Value 2, which is still a collaboration effort between a CSA action, actually, as it says here. So a smaller effort with a group of member states and more targeted towards activities in the eastern part of Europe. We have summer schools, specified summer schools, etc. But still, we have also launched one small joint call in connection with that initiative. And that has been now a kind of also building bone. We have used it for the European Forest Partnership. But if I jump forward, so about the European Forest Partnership, I guess that many of you are involved in a variety of European partnership, or at least you are aware of them. So what these animals are and these instruments are about, like Water for All initiative. We have been discussing a lot with them because they started already earlier than we did, or are about to start. And biodiversity partnership, like we have been discussing today. So, but in brief, so let me see that. Did I jump something here? Where did it go? Hey, come on. This is already to the end, this way. Sorry. It seems that there's one slide missing. I did this PDF. I never checked that if there's something there. Okay, never mind. Yeah, but this now then comes directly to the European Forest Partnership and what this instrument is about. So as it says, so it is kind of history here, so that how it got started. So behind the whole negotiation process, we had the strategic working group of the Standing Committee of Agricultural Research, and the committee is especially dedicated on forest and forest regeneration. And we made some strategy selections for this new mandate, because these committees normally work based on mandate, or working groups work based on mandates. So when we had the last mandate done, so we made a strategic decision so that we collected then as co-chairs the ones who are dealing most with or were dealing most with the preparation of first discussions and negotiations with the Commission towards the European Forest Partnership. And I've been one of the co-chairs, not anymore. I resigned this spring because the partnership is about to start. But nevertheless, so this Car Forest group has been the most active group in the background. So that within that group, so we had meetings together with the Commission, with the member states, and that has been for us an easy kind of platform really to get this all done. But as you can imagine, so there have been numerous phases throughout the years. The first partnerships where the candidates were listed, so there were 49 of them. We were not involved in that. That was back in 2019. And then we started wondering what is happening, and then we made a proposal which was neglected, etc., etc. And these discussions has been ongoing, like it was like the confirmation and the work program when it was only published last year. So it took like 6 years. So you need to be patient with things sometimes. But we were lucky enough to get this done now, and under this Horizon Europe, because that will carry us also throughout now this framework program 10 and the upcoming whatever might be there after that one, because this will be for 10 years. So we were lucky in that sense. So 10 years, and we have a proposal involving now stakeholders. So if I would give it brief, so roughly half of them coming from ministries, funding public funding organizations, and the other half are represented by the research performing organizations. And this compilation now is from 28 countries, but just note here so that the partnership will remain open for any new participations. And that's why we have, for instance, one of the work packages dedicated on so-called global outreach. And that is led by our Austrian colleagues. Well, there are some practical, as you can imagine, some practical things behind it. And this is now directly from our proposal that what Forest aims at. And it says serving as the primary instrument for collaboration among stakeholders, EU member states and associated countries, the partnership facilitate coordinated research innovation actions to tackle these diverse challenges we are having nowadays. So this is all about joint coordination, and the partnership itself, we do not do the research in the partnership, but we bring the stakeholders together and try to then find the investment mechanisms to support the research, whatever needed, where needed. This way. And this is the kind of so-called minimum budget we have been planning for, so that with the easy co-funding of maximum this 70 million euros. So then together with the national contributions, we are kind of heading towards this more than 200 million euros. But this figure does not now include these co-funding elements, and because we also are then, we have embedded in our work plan then some activities to find new possible investment mechanisms. So really to support the efforts we are having there. So in our estimations, we are talking more like 500 million euros, but of course 10 years, we don't know what will happen. And if we can manage with this one, nobody can tell that. And what we are planning, nevertheless, so we have planned these 7 consecutive annual joint calls, joint R&I calls, and the first one is being launched now in September. So although the partnership has not yet officially even started, so the funders from these different 28 countries have come together already several times, and we have been discussing about thematics and everything, and about the commitments and all. And I can say that at the moment it looks we are having a meeting next week, Tuesday, if I remember right. So we are pretty far with all these arrangements, so that in September, so definitely we are about to launch the first fall, and it will be quite large also, including not quite these 28 countries, because from, if I remember correctly, from Denmark, so they said that at the moment, so they don't have capacity, really human capacity in the funding organization itself to commit here, but still, so when we are getting some countries outside Europe, right? Is it now Brazil at least, and I can't remember who else was it. So they have already said that they are interested in joining. And in addition to this R&I calls, so we have embedded in the program these so-called additional activities. And these are perhaps besides these calls, obviously the most interesting element for the RPOs. So that there you have these different types of living lab pilot actions coming. It's first the task we are having dedicated, so it's networking of living labs, I can't remember the title by heart. And then we have this joint monitoring project upcoming, and there's one specific task led by our French and Finnish colleagues, and it's about sharing in recent technology infrastructures. Then we have all sort of interaction forums planned. And then finally, in this is all under work package 4, dedicated for the RPO participants. Then we are targeting some young researchers and the training capacities. There are summer schools plans, etc. And what is now the guiding element of background is this one, this strategy. And unless you haven't get familiar with that one already, so it's a short document. So please, there's also later the link, but here's also shown the door, and you will get, I guess the slides are shared afterwards and all the presentations. So nevertheless, so you can have a look if unless you already haven't. And about the policies and everything in this document. So it was a decision by the expert group who was actually then finally writing the final version of the 3R. So we didn't want to start discussing all the connections to different policies. You must be aware that in different partnerships, so the 3Rs might be like several hundreds of pages. Ours is more or less like 30, because we wanted to keep it focused. Perhaps we have this foot-headed mind so that we couldn't come up with anything more. But we thought that let's keep it clear, concise, so that people really are reading it, so that the main elements are in there. And it's not just that we are now having the document ready. It's obvious so that the world is changing, everything's changing, so it's being updated. And every year, although this is now in the background, so every year we will have this open consultation to all stakeholders, so that they come up with their ideas. What are the most important possible topics for the next year call? So that if the European Commission has launched some calls, for instance, you see that, okay, there's now gap somewhere. So then we see it based on those results together with the funders. So, and against these national strategies, priorities, these countries and funders are having. So then we have a combination there and finally come up with the themes for these different calls. And, always this wrong button here. And then about the 3R, few words. And there's also, like I said, a short document that includes quite a bit, but I wanted to first show you what is written on the first page on the 3R, so that although it now collects some topics, it's mostly about thematic areas and sub areas, but although it now collects these topics, so we wanted to state in the beginning of the document so that this cannot cover, it's quite obvious, but still wanted to state it because some stakeholders already came up to us when we were discussing with them earlier when we published this, that okay, this topic is not mentioned here, that are we now out of this funding, possible funding portfolio, but that's not the case. And therefore, we want to state that they cannot cover every possible topic, highlights those areas where regeneration are most needed to create a more sustainable forest-based sector. And these are actually topics based on the stakeholder events we have been organizing in this EUFOR process. Okay, from the EUFOR itself, so this involves now stakeholders across Europe. Like I said in the beginning, so this is coordinated by the European Forest Institute, and then we have a strong consortium, for instance, now collecting, if we talk about industry participation, for instance, so the Forest-Based Sector Technology Platform has been our main kind of partner in that respect. But nevertheless, collecting now partners throughout these four groups. And this is now then how the strategy was created in brief, so that what is co-creation, we have used this one. That means there, so that we had 6 different regions around Europe, so collecting several countries together. Then we had 4 thematic working groups. We came up with 2,000 plus ideas, and then we had some 200 commenters, and finally, so ended up with this short document. But there's a huge amount of materials we have in the background, so we can use also in the future then. And then about the contents of the 3R itself. So like I said, so we have these 4 teams in the 3R, and then these sub-themes under each of these main themes. And the first theme is called Resilient Forest and Landscape, or like forest ecology. And this now shows you that what the topics are more or less about. They are under forest ecosystem under pressure, forest ecosystem resilience in changing environment, especially the things we have discussed today earlier, building a resilient forest landscape. And this just now illustrates sort of what kind of topics there are behind this. But the topics are in the 3R, described in more details in the 3R. And how come that now the PDF is missing several pages here? Okay, let's be creative now with this one, because there's something important is missing. This Team B is about forest management. And this is especially where I collected the water things there. And I don't know what has happened with this one, but I have it's on my laptop, but nevertheless, because you can get all the teams from the ones. But this Team B is about forest management itself, and also collecting. Is it now 3 or 4 subtopics there as well? And there actually, when I did a simple search there through the 3R, so that if the water is specifically mentioned under some of the topics,
And this category B or theme B, so forest management, this is where it was highlighted. And there were a few topics actually selected by those expert stakeholders, which were then embedded in the 3R. So as an example then, which might be possible there. But anyway, so I don't know, something must have happened here. So with the, because it's jumping directly to C, but let's jump to C then. So C is about these innovative products and circular bioeconomy. And there we have 4 sub-themes, types of wood products, forest-based technologies and planning, non-wood forest streams, and then environmental and social impact. And the final theme is then about forest governance as such. And now, as you can see, it's already now 1 page done. I don't know. But still, so then the 3R is accompanied by a so-called roadmap. And like the roadmap says, it's a timeline more or less. So that telling that, okay, what might be relevant throughout the years and when, and then also trying to highlight so the suitability, but also the technology readiness level, so that if it's low, medium, or high. And this strong consensus level means that because these were discussed in one of those stakeholder forums we organized here in Brussels, attended roughly by 100 experts. So they kind of discussed and then decided so that what is the technology readiness level for each of these topics. And this is just an example now from these cross-cutting R&I teams at the European level for some certain topics which were identified during the process. And that is, of course, some very valuable information for the funders when they are now discussing what is coming in the future. And I don't know how many slides they are actually vanished somehow, but this is IT, and that's how it goes. I have a PowerPoint with me, and I'll make sure that you get the final slide from me afterwards. Thank you so much. I should have
I recently changed to a European PDF reader, the Vivaldi, so I hope it's not the Norwegian Icelandic Corporation.
Okay, but nevertheless, because we will share the slides and everything.
Yeah, we'll make sure that you get the full presentation, and I'll see if I can figure out what happens.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions for Mika before heading off to the next? All is clear. Everyone excited about
also to myself, so because it's about to get started soon. So
yeah,
we'll see how it comes. Yeah,
thank you. Excited to see what happens this fall. Thank you very much, and stakeholder and thank you very much. Yes, then we are heading further to the different aspects of cooperation. Erin trying to join the efforts from all the different regions of Europe, and you will invite Gianpiero and Anna to present on behalf of Erin. I see I have here hopefully all slides available. Yeah, to present the regional aspect of forests and water and foliage.
Definitely.
This should be working now. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for this interesting event that, of course, as Erin, we are happy to support because it touches on several policy sectors, natural resources that actually come all together, and it's important to discuss on this in a structured and cross-cutting way. So we are very happy to join this contribution, this event. So I'm Gianpiero, and together with my colleague Anna, we work at ERRIN, the European Regions Research and Innovation Network. So we are gonna spend the next 20 minutes. We are not gonna go longer because we know that after us there is the lunch break, and we are aware that this is also a priority after 12. But what we're going to do is really to just speak about why regions are important in advancing on these topics, and at the same time, some general aspects on the policy framework, but also how ERIN is supporting members and regions, regional ecosystem in advancing on these topics. I will just spend just 1 minute to say ERIN in a slide. So we are a network based actually in this building at 8th floor. So we are not so far, representing around 120 regional ecosystems. We speak about regional ecosystem because we have a close collaboration with the Brussels-based regional representatives, but thanks to these thanks to the regions, we really work with the universities, research centers, also companies. So we really work in this ecosystem approach. And what we do is to really support members, regions, in bringing this place-based perspective to the EU research and innovation policy and programs. But also we do this by also positioning this regional interest, and you can see this in some examples in very soon. We also have close collaboration with the different EU institutions, and we organize several meetings to connect our members and to bring the regional voices to the European institution, but on the other way around also to bring the European policies to the regional aspect. And we, of course, support our members in increasing their project opportunities. So we work broadly on research and innovation, and here you can see a bit the thematic and cross horizontal clusters. But Anna and I work on the natural resources and adaptation cluster that I would say really match quite well the topics of today. Under this cluster, we have the blue economy, the bioeconomy, and the climate adaptation working groups. So I just want to mention that these working groups are member-driven, are driven by our members, regions. So together with our members, we really try to support regions in advancing on these topics, both on the policy and on the project side. Going to our cluster, on the right part of the slide, you can see a bit our priorities and what are the topics that we are really working on at the moment, and is on the bioeconomy strategy. You will hear some more about it very soon. Circular Economy Act, for instance. When it comes to water, we are really active in translating and digesting the policy, the European policy on the Ocean Act and water resilience strategies. We're working on climate resilience. And of course, we're also supporting members in capturing opportunities, organizing some matchmaking session. And just to mention that on this part of the slide, you can see a bit the projects in which ERIN is involved. These are logos, but there are also opportunities, real concrete opportunities for regions, because, for instance, just taking an example, there is the Pathway to Resilience projects. There is a project that offer cascade funding, so support for regions to develop climate roadmaps, climate resilience roadmaps. So it's also a way for us to really bring together policy and projects and supporting our members on these different topics. So after this this general overview, I wanted to spend some words on the regional, the importance of regions in bioeconomy and why regions are key in advancing bioeconomy. Of course, these are just 4 points that I put it here on the slide, but are of course not exhaustive. There are many, maybe many other reasons, but first of all, the bioeconomy happens in territories, is place-based. We have seen before with the presentation of the other speakers that also how regions across Europe manage forests, for example, is different from a place to place. If we take bioeconomy more broadly, also the availability of biomass in the different regions is not the same, and regions have different assets and different natural and conditions. So it's important to recognize this place-based perspective in the bioeconomy. Of course, regions across Europe have also some horizontal have some commonalities also, and there are some horizontal maybe barriers that needs to be addressed. And actually, this is all points that we try to bring in our when we support regions in bringing the voice to the European institution. So this is one of the first point. And of course, when we speak about forest or rivers or climate adaptation, we speak about different also policies that a region should address in a kind of systematic way. So regions in this matter are very key because they play an essential role in this cross-sectoral policy coordination. So this is something that is very important when regions implement their strategies. It's really important to put all these into account. And of course, connected to the strategies, regions are also the bridge between the European policy ambitions and what is actual local implementation and local impact. So in order for having a local impact, you also need actors that translate these policies and make sure that this can happen locally. So that's why it's also important for regions to be recognized as key actors when implementing these topics. And of course, when we speak about local impact, local innovation ecosystem, we also speak about different actors work in the different regions, not just public authorities, but we also speak about companies, small and medium enterprises. We speak about universities. We speak about, I don't know, if we think about bioeconomy, the importance of the job creation, so connecting to the educational side, making sure that there are curricular, there are also linking and making sure there are links between public, educational, and private. So regions, in this sense, they are also playing a key role in being the orchestrator of this innovation ecosystem. So these were just some points that we believe that are one of the main reasons why regions are key. And what we try to do, and now I connect to what I was saying before about how we support members, is to put these, but also more kind of, with concrete action in all the inputs that we gave with our members on the bioeconomy strategy, because as we are saying, regions are in the bridge between the policy ambition and the local implementation. So for instance, the European Commission recently published the EU bioeconomy strategy, and we as ERRIN, but also we made some work with the area of network, and here we have some representatives and we have Tina from the area of network and Sibe from the bioregions. We team up with different networks and we involved our members to bring all these messages to the EU institution with the aim to reflect, for instance, this place-based perspective in the bioeconomy, to recognize these aspects, to make sure that the barriers that regions and also companies are facing to scale up, to make investment in this sector can be addressed. So this was just an example on how we are supporting region in this aspect. I'm going to leave the floor now to my colleague Anna, who is going to speak more on the water resilience part, and after we are going to give more example on how we are supporting regions on this.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Gian Piero. Thank you very much for the invitation, Lars. You saw now how ERIN operates, and you saw the cluster on natural resources and adaptation, and how we had there the bioeconomy working group, the blue economy working group that I am facilitating, but also the climate adaptation working group. And he already mentioned how nice it was today to see all these three priorities, let's say, for the network to come together and crystallize so nicely in the topics that we have been following in this event. So from the perspective of the Blue Economy Working Group, I'm going to circle back a little bit and go back to what has already been explained very much in detail this morning by Anders Iversen. But we have been following very closely, of course, the latest piece, which is the water resilience strategy. We have heard about the source to sea approach, which of course we believe is very important, and it is the way forward. And for the purposes of this event, we have been checking and there are indeed specific mentions to the role of forests on objective 1. We already heard it was about restoring the water cycle. And of course, forests we have seen these nice diagrams and so on how this can happen. But objective 2 as well, because this part on building a competitive water smart economy that leaves no one behind has also forest management as a potential contributor to do so. But then I have cited here others that we have seen also today because they have implications in the other working groups that ERIN works with. And this is just to say how many synergies are there between the policy files we follow, the working groups we operate in, and the try of support that we want to give to the regions, because in the end, the regions are the ones that have to deal with all this and make it happen on the ground. So place-based innovation is about this. Jean-Pierre already mentioned that we try to connect the EU ambitions with the local level, and all these things need to be well understood. Sometimes they are not that aligned, but this is a complicated exercise, but we try to at least digest the things and see what can be done. We have heard the EU biodiversity strategy and associated net restoration law regulation that also cited the climate, water, forest nexus. So again, we see the three pillars coming together very nicely. The climate adaptation strategy, a lot of mentions to nature-based solutions. And of course, forests are by definition a great example of this because of the many services they provide. And the way they function in the ecosystems. I'm not going to extend on that because we already saw it. I had a whole other bunch of policy files and pieces and strategies that would relate, but I think these ones are the most important, and you already heard enough about them. I'm going to follow Jean-Pierre's example and try to narrow down a little bit how water resilience is important and what is the role that regions can have. And so I've cited here a few examples. Of course, when it comes to land use and spatial planning, there is a lot that regions do and have to do. And this is the way that these big objectives at the EU level actually happen. So in terms of this, I have cited here a few examples just to substantiate a little bit what I'm saying. But in the end, when we are talking about land use and spatial planning, we have regions deciding where forests are going to be expanded, where are they going to be restored. They can have also implementation by having forests included in river basin plans, which is a nice way of connecting them both. But also the other way around, the water measures can also build on the biodiversity targets. So having, let's say, an open view and connecting all the elements of this different planning at the regional level is very important. And I have also cited here water resilience that is very much connected to green and blue infrastructure that used to be the previous buzzword, but now it has changed into nature-based solutions. There are ecosystem services. There are a whole bunch of things that regions in the end up implemented. But I wanted to focus in something that is more important, at least from the ERIN perspective, which is cooperation and local experimentation and place-based innovation. So in terms of cross-border cooperation, this is obvious. Rivers flow across territories, but also a forest upstream is going to have implications in what happens in the territories downstream, right? So by connecting territories, there are things that can be done territorially, but also in terms of sharing, and this is what ERIN does most. we connect regions and we make them exchange good experiences. And by doing this, we hope we can help them. And then there is the local experimentation and innovation. This is the way that also regions can translate the EU policies into actual actions. And in here, I want to stop a little bit and cite a few things that you may find interesting if you are working on water resilience and or climate adaptation and or forest management, because there are examples of how the European Union is trying to also foster these connections and sharing of experiences among regions. There is an initiative, which is a community of practice by the Regio that is called Cohesion for Transitions, which enable these exchanges. There is also yet another partnership. This time is Smart Water Territories. This is a S3 partnership. So this is very much focused on smart specialization, and it's confirmed by up to 26 regions working to secure funding and make sure that the local innovation ecosystems are well connected and we're equipped to make things happen. There are also, from a more political angle, a newly launched Alliance of Regions for Water Resilience that has been steered by one of our leaders in the working group, Emilia Romagna. I think I'm going to leave it there for that. I'm just going to mention now that how things happen is also very much related to something that Giampiero is also going to cite at the end of this intervention, which is funding. To make things happen, we need funding. And at the beginning of the presentation, if you were attentive enough, you may have seen that we work a lot in pursuing the missions. We cited 3 of them: the mission soil, the mission climate adaptation, the mission ocean and waters. And these have also funding opportunities available that, in fact, support the objectives of some of the policy files we have seen here today. And I just want to cite 3 that are upcoming and that may be of interest if you want to start preparing to respond to them. There is one on the soil mission that it's aiming at equipping living labs with solutions to reduce eutrophication. We heard this morning that this is particularly a problem in the Baltic area. This will provide cascade funding to regions. So this is something that we have seen in our network that is very important because it kind of simplifies the procedure to access the funding. And it is not a regular horizon that they need to respond to, but a much simpler process. The ocean call also has one that aims at increasing riparian and coastal resilience to climate change, also with cascade funding. And as you see, elements come together. We have coastal and riparian areas, but also climate change, and it's under the ocean call. So, and the last one is actually a joint call from the climate adaptation mission and the soil mission on building soil resilience to extreme weather events. So yet another one with connections, very interesting there. I hope I didn't say too much in too little time, and that was a little bit clear for you on how this happens actually locally within the regions. I'm going to now give you just these examples of how we and Erin support our members. You heard already a little bit from Giampiero, but he mentioned already projects. Projects are not only logos, projects are also opportunities. We are working on Co-Waters, which is a project that aims to build a coalition of waterfront cities, regions, and islands to support the mission, ocean, and waters. And we are now at the beginning of starting providing services to the different territories. But before doing that, we have consulted the territories. What do you want? So we can build those services according to what you need. And it's not just top down. He also mentioned that we connect European institutions with the members. And here you have an event where we have had someone from the environment come and explain the water resilience strategy when it was launched to the members. But at the same time, we also had members presenting what they are doing on the ground. And for instance, we had the region Flanders presenting their Blue Deal 2.0, which basically was at the first phase a drought plan, which ended up being a fully fledged climate adaptation strategy that was cross-sectoral and that mainstreamed blue elements across different sectors and policies. So very successful indeed. We also digest some of the bunch of opportunities and things going on at European level for our members. And this is an article that we published with a few things that we believe are of importance to them. And we also have a little bit of more informal moments where we bring our members together with institutions and other type of actors such as research centers, representatives, or potential partners for projects. And we had last month our Blue Networking event here in this building. So this is from the water resilience perspective, of course, which is the one I'm more familiar with, but I'm going to let now Gianpiero synthesize this all in a final.
Yeah, it's the final slide, but we hoped that we try to give you an overview of how we are working in our natural resources and adaptation cluster on the different topics and how we are supporting members, in on these aspects. But of course, we work on research and innovation more broadly. So I also invite to have a look at all the opportunities on the other topics. But maybe just to summarize, indeed, what we try to do is bring the voice of the regions to the institutions. So if there is a strategy upcoming, if there are consultations, to bring the voice there of the different regions. But then for us, it's also important to, when a strategy is out, to digest what is in the strategy and bring back to the members, to the region, how can they align their priorities and make sure that take the opportunities. In fact, for instance, last week we had a meeting on the bioeconomy strategy here after the strategy was published and after we did this big work. But it's about all this advocacy that we're doing also for the MFF, for the next financial framework, to recognize that regions are in the funding opportunities also in the next Horizon Europe and the European Competitiveness Fund. So it's about this, it's about networking and matchmaking, and it's about funding opportunities. Anna mentioned some of the concrete funding opportunities. So if you are a regional local authority, but I mean, the Horizon Europe are not just for regions, but I invite you to have a look at the Horizon Europe Cluster 6, particularly because, of course, it's on the topic of food, on forestry, on biodiversity, on climate adaptation as well. So Cluster 6, and some of the calls have deadline in September. We also invite you to have a look at the European Horizon Europe mission calls, and Anna mentioned some examples. And we as ERIN, we are also supporting our members in funding partners on this course, and we have a project development tool that I invite you to have a look at, both if you are a member, both if you are an external organization and you are looking for opportunities. You can use it and you can make the best out of it, because we also organize matchmaking session that you might join. So in a nutshell, it's about influencing policies, about increasing the project opportunities for members, but it's also to give visibility because there are a lot of interesting, good examples happening all over Europe, and it's also important for regions in general. But after, we're going to have some actually concrete examples that I think might be the also most interesting part of today, to really understand what is happening on the ground. And it's really important that regions really share what they are doing, and maybe they can adapt and replicate in the different territories. So this was in a nutshell. As we promised, we are just 1 minute ahead for the lunch break. I hope it was useful, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask, or just grab me and Anna during the lunch break, and we are happy to reply to any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Anna and Gianpiero? No, everyone is ready for lunch. Here are some figurines and some.
Very kind.
Thank you. So as Gianpiero mentioned, after lunch we will do some of the regional examples, and we can also try and start off and show Mika's missing slides if we give that a try to start off after lunch. But we have set aside an hour for lunch. It is served. Randi, Mina, and Fabian has been setting up there outside, so just outside and then form a line, and then lunch will be served. See you back in an hour. Good. Yes. Yeah. The plan now is to then do some regional examples. There's a little less people in the room, but that's an intimate affair. And we'll finish off with a forest walk, which has been added to the program, which is a more of a networking opportunity and a dialogue with chocolates. So that's the sweets will arrive a bit later, but we saved it for a bit later in the program. I'll be presenting introduction to the first region, which is my own kind of, the Halden Canal River Basin Subdistrict. The idea was for the Farmers Union to do the introduction, but unfortunately spring happened also in Norway. So he sent us a greeting from the tractor, which he is working now on the field during the period which we call våronn. It's a word for spring work on the fields. I didn't find any English translation to that word. Randi couldn't be of any help to on the English translation either. So, but yeah. The region or the place I work, the sub-district, consists of 4 municipalities. We recently added an extra resource, which is Adrian. He has been working a bit over a month, and his task is resilient catchments and measures with the goal of resilience. So that's a good thing. And we also have a mascot for the biodiversity in the water system, which is the yellow one. Yeah. Did mention this is the small area which we work with the 4 municipalities. And as you can see, Norway has a low average of agricultural land, but a high level of forested areas. So the idea is to, for us at least, to use as much area in the forested area to preserve as much as possible of the arable land and the food production part. We work with a lot of different things in the river basin, everything from restoration to fish to dissemination. We also have our own bread, which is made of nitrogen deficient cereals. So it's a very interesting job, and this is one of our projects being here as well. So this is a very varied place of work, but the main goal is, as the Water Framework Directive, to have all rivers and waters in the blue and green, which is the very good and the good ecological status, where we're about halfway to the goal. But what I thought Theodore from the Farmers Union was to present is the kind of the need from the farmers' side for building resilience and doing climate adaptation. It doesn't show very well, but this is arable land underwater. It's flooded each spring and fall. It's not high velocity water, but we still get these erosion tracks on the fields where we lose usable soil, we lose nutrients, and we lose areas to produce food. And of course, there is a pressure on all the hydrotechnical equipment like drainage in the system of the agricultural land, where this is 2 years ago, this is the next year, and then the year after, where a lot of soil has been lost. From the water quality perspective, these are they haven't been translated. They are, but the big part here is the part of total phosphorus in the water system, and this red soil source is agriculture. So they are the largest source to the phosphorus, which then results in eutrophication in these kind of colorings of the water. But since we've been working strategically with the Water Framework Directive since 2007, we now see a decline in the amount of soil that is measured in our water system. So over time, we've done measures that has effect on phosphorus and particles. So the main issue now is nitrogen. This is a different source graph where also the red one is agriculture of the total nitrogen in the water system, which then consists of half of all the nitrogen in the system. And we have the coastal areas where salt water is more prevalent to eutrophication due to nitrogen. So we also start to see these kind of eutrophication problems also in the coastal waters, which we have not had too much of before. So the thing we've been doing has been working on phosphorus and particles in the freshwater system, and now we need to start to look at climate adaptation and reduce the loss of nitrogen from the agricultural land as well. So to then preserve this little guy in the fjords. So this is where Adrian comes in, and he will take over by building resilient catchments to do proper climate adaptation. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, hi, my name is Adrian, and I've recently started, as Lars mentioned, in the Halden Canal sub-district as a resilient catchment coordinator. So the natural path of water has been modified by us humans for many years, and now we start to see the challenges it poses. And to restore the natural hydrology, we have to view the catchment as a whole. So if we start, it's quite a gray picture, but this is the precipitation in the forest. So if you start at the source, we can follow it through the stages of the catchments. In our peatlands, we can do measures such as restoring. In the border between forest and arable land, we can intercept and manage the water. On our arable lands, we can provide a healthy soil to reduce erosion. When erosion happens and we get runoff of particles and nutrients, we can catch this in wetland filters to prevent it from running further down into the recipients. And lastly, in our waterways, we can restore and protect the riparian zones. Yeah, I'll use this. There we go. Yeah, but for this presentation, I will mainly focus on measures we do in the forested areas. So let's begin in our peatlands. Peatlands in Norway have to quite a large extent been drained in favor for forestry. This has provided quite large areas for productivity in the forestry sector and provided very useful materials, but it has also caused the water to flow through the system much faster. Uprise is a project with a focus on limiting floods in the Halden Canal River basin. The project has developed a tool to use in the initial phase of locating areas that are suitable for restoration. And with the Uprise, you can locate peatlands with a high restoration potential. Also identify peatlands in areas of low conflict of interest, and we can also see the water storage potential after restoration. So it's a very useful tool. It also gives the user some other criteria to base the evaluation of. So we can see total meters of drainage trenches in the selected area. We can see closeness to road and infrastructure. Single landowner or more, it tells you how many landowners of the area it is. We can see the forest productivity, if it's a standing forest, and the forest value, and also the connectivity of the peatlands. I will show you a map after this slide so you can see. But this criteria you input into an Excel workbook, and you get the values, and you can rate them based on your needs in a municipality, for example. And then you will get a priority list of which area is most suitable for restoration. So here we see part of the uprise map. The values on the bottom right there is the water retention potential of the different areas. And we also get all the different parameters such as closeness to road and connectivity, as I told about. So you get this all in one when you click the different areas. And this is an example of a forest growing in drained peatland. And from the historical pictures, we can see that the forest hasn't had its desired growth. This is in a flat landscape where the drainage has quite a small effect. And maybe areas like this is a good candidate for restoration instead of replanting after the next harvest. And we have actually found a place like this with the use of the uprise mapping tool. We found a place in Aurskog-Høland municipality of 3 different peatlands connected together in about 3.4 hectares of area. And this site has a low conflict of interest with only one landowner, which we also can see in the uprise map. Luckily, this is publicly owned land by run by an agricultural school. So instead of conflict of interest here, I would say it's rather an alignment of interest. As the school has students in forestry, construction, and nature management, the students can take part in this project with deforestation or harvesting. They can make the dams which is needed to restore the peatland and such. So this is in its preliminary stages, but we have had a field survey with the municipality, the landowner, the school, county governor, and us, and all parties are quite positive. So looking forward to working more with this. So yeah, retention dams. A single retention dam or small debris dams is a flood limiting measure that is easier to implement than peatland restoration. On the other hand, we may need more than one to get the desired effect. A report written by the Norwegian Institute for Water estimated that we would need 4,500 small debris dam in the catchment of Bjørkelangen Lake in the upper parts of our river sub-basin, sub-district. And this was to have a reduction in the 100-year flood peak of 10%. So it's quite a lot of work to get the desired effect. But instead, we may focus our inputs on smaller areas within the catchment. and we would need fewer dams, and we would have to cooperate with fewer landowners, which can, in many cases, be a bottleneck. And if we start working in the small areas, it may have a positive effect on the neighboring landowners who also wish to adopt the measures. So for those who do not know the concept of retention dams, it's basically a dam to temporarily hold back water and gradually release it when the stream flow goes down. But it's especially an effective measure during heavy rain periods and snow melts. It can also catch sediments and debris from forest and forestry and prevents further flooding downstreams. So the typical dam has a bottom inlet. This is a concept of a constructed dam, but it would be the same for a small debris dam. And you have an overflow either over the dam or through pipes. And the dam also stays empty at low stream flow, so it has this buffer potential. So here we have an example of a larger dam built by a landowner in our sub-district. This kind of dam requires quite big machinery. It requires skill to build and can also be costly if you need specialized equipment and materials, which adds up the cost. This particular landowner has his own machinery and skill to use it, so he does it quite cheap on his own land. And the happy story here, this dam is a result of he immediately seeing the benefits of building such dams. So this is his third dam. So they are working for his property, especially with the arable and erosion in mind. Although this works, we want to try to focus more on the small debris dams, which requires less resources to build, and also communicate this to other landowners to implement in the forested areas. And we are also planning a restoration project of a creek opening where we want to implement small debris dams. So we aim to get more knowledge on constructing these in the future. We can also model these dams and how they affect the hydrology in the surface water. Skalgo is the program we use. It's a web-based program. And it's possible to do terrain modifications within the program. So we can theoretically place a retention dam and then see how the water behaves and floods the area. This is nice for specific placement to see the height of the dam and the length and such. And also this graphic output is quite intuitive to read for most. So this is a nice tool to use when planning measures for landowners, and we can show them this. And this is before you place a dam, and we can see after. So this is the placement of 2 theoretical retention dams. And you can also see the capacity of the dams in this program. So it's really nice. What would be even nicer is to implement our Uprise tool into Skalgo. Then we could get a more a collection of the different mapping tools into one. And it would also be nice to have a similar tool as Uprise to see the potential for water retention. So this is something we will look into, and it would possibly be scalable to other sub-districts. Uprise is limited to our sub-district, but it could be scalable in Norway and also into other European countries. So we follow the water into our riparian zones. The vegetation in riparian zones in Norway is protected, or the riparian zones is protected by national law in Norway, with the purpose of negating runoff and providing habitats. Still, you can do some small-scale forestry in the riparian zones if you need to do maintenance. If there's any trees fallen over, you can remove them, but you should not change the ecological status of the vegetation. The wood is only to be used for the landowners. You can't sell this wood as a forestry product. And as we all know, the riparian zones, they provide important ecosystem services such as improve ecological status of the water body. It can take up nutrients and also provides habitats for terrestrial and aquatic life. And it's possible to restore them. Halden Canal Subdistrict, in cooperation with 3 other subdistricts, is running a riparian vegetation restoration program, where over 30,000 trees up until now have been planted. And the trees are free of charge for the landowner who wishes to plant trees on their properties in the riparian zones. It's mainly black alder that's delivered, as it has really good reinforcing abilities with its roots on the river and creek banks, but they can also get other species of trees, so it's really nice. Within this project, it has also engaged students from elementary schools and high schools to take part in the planting, so it also has a nice effect on teaching the youth some proper work and what's important to take care of. It's mainly done in agricultural riparian zones in agricultural areas. But the quality of the vegetation in riparian zones greatly varies. Some landowners doesn't have a single tree, and some places it's up to 100 meters wide. And we are currently looking into the possibility to start a project where we can develop a tool that maps the riparian zones, where we can highlight areas of high erosion rates. We can map changes in vegetation over time and also map the areas which are up to par. That would give wider insight into the status of the riparian zones and also give us a helpful tool to focus inputs. So it would be nice. So a bit about riparian zones in forestry. There's a requirement in the Norwegian PEFC forest standard that riparian zones should be considered during harvest and in the forestry. The requirements are based on the width of the riparian zone or buffer zone of 10 to 15 meters, but it is to be adjusted based on what vegetation and size of water body you have. And we see in monocultures after harvest that monocultures of spruce, for example, that there's a lot of windfall along these buffer zones, which is left standing. And also sometimes the spruce are replanted, and we wish to convey that the landowners plant deciduous trees instead of conifers, such as spruce, which not always happens. So some finishing remarks. We have a lot of nice tools available to map and see where we can do measures, but the implementation is at many times challenging due to landowner willingness and communicating the benefits of our measures. We also see that forested land upstream, arable land may be divided between different landowners, so the interests may also vary. So it's not always that easy to get a good cooperation between the landowners. And lastly, on the wish list, a tool hub where we could see the effect of measures combined. It would make communication easier, planning of measures easier, and be really helpful in creating resilient catchment. So yeah, thank you for your time.
Again, instead of getting a chocolate figurine back, I know you like peanut butter, so I found some peanut butter with Belgian chocolate in them. So it's more of a Belgian gift than a Norwegian gift. But you get an egg cup. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you. Any questions for Adrian before we move south? Not immediate. Then we're heading to Spain, to Basque Country, and project Life Urbaso.
Yes.
With Heim. Let's see. There it is. You were very kind to sign up to wanting to present on our open call, which we were very happy to receive. So over to you. Thank you.
Okay, well, this is always a trade-off between the outputs of the project and the way of showing the EU that we are making something. So that's also good for us. And thank you for organizing this event. So as he said, we are coming from the Basque Country, north of Spain, the other corner from the Europe. So I will bring a bit of an example of what we are doing, what we have been doing during the last 4 years, trying to gather a bit of knowledge and implement some solutions, forest-based solutions especially for drinking water protection. Okay, this is not working, right? No? I will stick now, or should
it should.
There. Okay, thank you. So then I will divide my speech in 3 main things. I will briefly explain the reality of forestry in the Basque Country. Then I will jump a bit the reason behind Life Urbaso project, and then all the actions and the monitoring that we have been doing during this time. If we look to Europe, and especially in this forest map cover, we know, or you will know your region much better than me, but in our region, maybe it's not the perfect coloring, but we see that there's higher density of non-native species, especially Pinus radiata and Eucalyptus. And if we make a bit of a zoom in the area, in the Basque Country, this is the northern part, this is the Atlantic Sea, and this is the interior. You can see in green what we have is plantations or Pinus plantations that covers, I mean, in the whole region, 56% is forest area, and from that 56%, half of it is forest plantations. Pinus radiata, and then in the second step we have Eucalyptus, and we have a balance of 50-50, a bit more of private forest. This is a bit unbalanced because this region is more public forest owning, but in the two regions in the north, close to the sea, a bit more productive, I would say. We have more private owned forest. That, at least for us, it gives us a bit of a problem. In terms of historic use of the land, we have used the forest quite a lot. In the beginning, it was local irons, local deforestation around these near forges, but then we start fighting against everyone in Europe, and then we need to build ships and also iron in these forts. So we make a large scale deforestation. Again, wars with charcoal, iron, wood. We ran out of forest more or less, and we start to reforest in a more efficient, not clever way, our forest in the 19th century or 20th century. So we start with maritime and pine, radiata pine. And of course, we recover the forest cover, but we don't get any good from that. The current challenges that we face in the Basque Country, and I guess with some colleagues from Spain in the north region, that we have the same issues, I would say. We have a big problem with Pinus radiata. There is a big decline due to a pathogen. This is brown spot needle blight. There is a combination of different fungus, but it's killing all the trees. Of course, I don't guess I need to remember, but it's more specific, even plantations. Of course, we have a loss of biodiversity, big soil erosion, as our main mechanical way of extracting the wood is clear cuts. And of course, this soil erosion and a lack of resilience to climate change. So we make of what is well known in the rest of Europe that we need more mixed and structural diverse forest, and we need to find a balance between private or public forest, or at least we need to convince the private owners to make a different approach in their forest regimes. When we came to forest and water, by the means urbaso in our language is ur is water and baso is forest. So it was easy for us to find a nice name to the project. We have at least 80% of the water that came from surface water that we use for consumption are covered by forest. By forest. When we came with a deep focus on those, this is an example of what we have. It's a small catchment, and all the water that lands in it drains, and we have an extraction point of water. You have a big tube, and we take sometimes a bit, sometimes too much of the water that it creates the catchments, and especially it differs from catchment to catchment depending on the forest cover. Of course, maybe here with the lights is not well seen, but you can see different patches of forest stands, and of course this brownish patches reflects the clear-cut reality that we have. Of course, when we have these clear cuts, we have the soil exposed, we lose the soil, we lose the fertility, but also the rain drains with them all the soil, and it's seen by many EU laws and strategies, as we saw in the morning, that is kind of an important thing, and we are losing. Here I bring some pictures of our reality. When in winter we have these clear cuts, or even during summer, when it has a lot of rain, all the soil goes to the sea. And of course, this gives us a big problem because we have a big turbidity in the rivers. We can see some examples here of different levels in different rivers that we have in our coast with different levels of this NTU. That is a way of measuring the turbidity in the water. But the problem comes when this water with a high turbidity gets into the pipes where we get the water that we consume. Some, I guess, everywhere. I know that there are some places in Europe that they use ozone, but normally is the drinking water treatment is made with first with a total suspended solids. You still the water and then leave the sediments to collide. But then we need to disinfect this water with normally chlorine. And we have a big problem here because is well in the literature that we saw that there is this what is called disinfection byproducts, these BDPs, that of course in Europe, again, we have different levels of these measurements or these ranges, and in each country has some limits, but we have seen that some of these molecules that is produced or this organic matter that once you get the chlorine is transformed, it could be carcinogenic. So that's our challenge. So how we can modify these systems, or at least to try some pilot studies to show that we could do better and try to get better and more water in these catchments. But okay, so I mean, it's late. We need more coffee, so I will speed it a bit. Okay, if you have questions, just stop me, please. So at the beginning, we select 4 catchments. We skip one because we have big issues with the private owners that they don't allow us to make the work. And at the end, we finish with these 2 in the left, Caracola and Mape, that the land, most of the land is owned by a municipality, and we get a better agreement with the municipalities. And then in Urco, the municipality that gets the water from that source, with combination of other partners in the project, they convince the landowners to sell their property to the municipality. So now it's owned by the municipality. Okay, so our goal in this case is to restore the natural processes, ecological processes in the forest, try to improve these ecosystem services that I won't show a big aspect of this, but we also have a work package in the project that deals with this issue of the ownership of the land, and we try to increase biodiversity, and also we try to make a more resilient forest. It was initially adapted from an idea from Julien Ficker-Prong from the Center of National Property of France, that where he proposed that private owners to delineate some areas in the catchments where to protect the water for consumption. I mean, I guess there will come some numbers, and in the literature again is some numbers that is way more expensive to bring water far away or to clean the water, that make more local water resources that is worthy the change. So we adapt this system adapted by Julien, and we develop 4 zones in our catchments. First with the stream, or the forestry stream, 25 meters in each side, where we will be conservation dedicated to management of conservation. 100 meters from the extraction point, this orange polygon, again conservation, and in the upper 2 zones, 100 to 200 and 200 to 400, we will transform the actual forest to close to nature forestry. Again, this is the planning development. This is the same. Water abstraction, first safeguard zone, second safeguard zone, third safeguard zone, and then the riparian buffer. Here we observe that it was a lack of training in the foresters in our area. I guess, and as far as I know, in Europe, there are different countries that also lack this knowledge, and is how to manage forests. And I don't remember, it was the professor who said that it was more complex to manage a forest that is, of course, not as easy as you grow in 30 years or 40 years a stand, and you cut every tree and you collect all the wood. This close to nature forestry is a bit more complex. It needs more training, and that's why we established within the project a martelloscope. Sorry, the panel is in is in Spanish, but we developed. I don't know if any of you know. It's a big net in Europe. In Integrate in FE is linked, where is an aula, a classroom in the field. It's a stand of forest that you measure all the trees. You assess the economic value of the trees. You assess the ecological value of each of the trees. You map off all of the trees in different species, and you make training with the students, with the rangers, with the municipalities. You go there and you let the people choose which trees you will select for harvesting, and then you open a discussion. You open the ideas of the people of how to manage a forest. Normally, in our area, it's more towards clear cut, as I said, but then we thought that this will be useful for many options. So then we started with the real work in the forest. By the way, I didn't say I'm a forest ecologist. I'm more working on the forestry section. Here is Inma, my colleague from the project, is from the University of the Basque Country. This is more leading on the hydrological aspect of the project, but we will finish with some slides from her side. We propose two approaches to transform the catchments. I didn't say, but these two ones were mostly covered by eucalyptus, and this is covered by conifer species, Pseudotsuga and Pinus radiata, both of them. So we start, as I said, even age plantations, single cohort, more specific eucalyptus, also Quercus rubra, that it was not well growing in the catchments where we found it, Pinus radiata. We try to make the transition. We make a structural transformation. We mix ages and species. We make some thinnings. We create some gaps. We try to do experiments of underplanting and group planting to promote the diversities, to leave the forest cover, to make some gaps, but also to enrich the species component of the forest, and starting to plant new cohorts of species. And then gradually, in the upcoming years, we will cut some trees to make more gaps and transition to an irregular cover. As I said, in the end point, the idea, and it will be dynamic with this. Again, we'll need to train people and to make people understand that it's not that you manage forest at the beginning and at the end of the rotation period. You gradually, each of 5 years or 10 years, you need to manage actively those forests, right? So in the conservation areas, in the streams and in the first zone, we cut trees below 20 above 20 centimeters, and below 20 centimeters, and we left them in piles for organic matter, for biodiversity. Those bigger than 20 centimeters, we make this technique of gilding. That is, as you see, it is like make a round debark of the tree that you kill slowly the tree, and you have still this organic matter standing the dead wood. That is also good for biodiversity, and we try to accelerate the process of regeneration by actively planting different species of what is a combination of what it would be the natural forest in those areas. As you see here, it shows the effect of the gilding. Sometimes the eucalyptus in the left is a bit more tough, and it is nature that it sprouts like crazy, and you need to actively remove those shoots at least 2 times per year. But again, is a bit of time consuming and money consuming. The Quercus rubra in the right is less aggressive, but it's also quite complex. Although it was not part of the project, we need to make a manual clear cut, of course. But in this case, we try to bring cable jarding to these areas because I didn't explain at the beginning, but the Basque Country, all the north of Spain, and at least in these areas, is quite hilly. We have the deeper valleys, and it's quite complex to make machinery that makes worse the clear cut option. So we bring traditional ways of extracting the wood. We contract a small company of young fellows from the Basque Country that are starting to use horses to extract the wood from the fields, from the forest, in order to reduce the impact on the soils. But one of our concerns is the soil protection. Of course, again, here we make some planting of enrichment on those. What you see is all dead leaves from eucalyptus, and on the top are also eucalyptus. Well, I mean, the professor said that maybe we need to grow more eucalyptus in a better way, but maybe we will add piece of it. So okay, sorry. And again, we also make an experiment of group planting where we select some plots and plant in groups some oaks and some betula in order to transform this forest more. That is a technique that is kind of abandoned, but is well known that it used to arrive to a continuous covered forest, right? On top of that, once we make the transformations, we plan to monitor what we have and what will we get. The idea is to make an approach of batchy, this before and after conservation impact, or I don't know exactly the two names, but the idea is to measure before you make any interventions and after you have an intervention, what will happen with biodiversity. So at the beginning, we know that forests maintain a lot of biodiversity, but what happened with forest plantations? So we study our eucalyptus stands and our coniferous stands and compare with two remnant oak forests that are in the area and try to see the differences in bird communities. We record the sound of the birds during April, during the 3 years, and we compare the biodiversity in terms of singings. And we saw that the richness in eucalyptus is quite low, but in the index of acoustic diversity index, that is not taking into account the specific amount of birds or singings that we have, is just the structure of the noise or the sound. We observe that it's also quite different. The oaks, that is more heterogeneous than the noise. That seems is related to a bigger biodiversity. Also, we measure vegetation in those plots, seeing that eucalyptus is quite poor in vegetation. And also we measure what we can here, the water. We have some robots, and also we establish some turbidimeters that measure continuously through the whole project and moreover. And we obtain graphics like this. This is not a finalized output. I just bring you to show you that there is a lot of info that we are gathering. On top is the precipitation. Every 10 minutes, we obtain those values. Also, we measure the conductivity that is kind of related with the precipitation. Once you get more water, the conductivity drops, of course. But then we observe also the turbidity of the water on those catchments. This is one of the catchments example. And we observe some peaks. It's a bit of a chaos. We are still trying to figure out what are the potential outputs of this data. But we observe that sometimes after big rainfalls, we saw a peak in turbidity. Also depends on the time of the year. I mean, when it's quite dry, the forest after summer, if it comes a big storm and we have some clear cuts, this turbidity increase. But during winter, when the soil is a bit wetter, it maintains a bit more the soil. So we need to find there a bit of a balance and try to see. As I said, from the BC3 is a research center in the Basque Country as well. There are more social science. they have been doing interviews on the forest owners and the municipalities, trying to gather information what is willing them to adopt these kind of systems. And the idea is to transform, or at least to put numbers on the table on the revenue of the forest in order to unbalance this situation where this business as usual, this current management of clear cuts, the benefits to the landowner are those, but the cost to the society are quite big. And the idea is to see in the three catchments, in the three catchments that we have tried to transform, what are the costs that we have add to the management, see if they have some benefits to the landowners, and also if it could be add some beneficials to the owner. But again, this is an ongoing work, and I don't have the full extent of this. But the idea is also to take into account also this social aspect in the management of the forest. And that's it. Okay, the most important thing. This is a EU project, life program project. We are the coordinators naked, but we have the University of the Basque Country, especially the Hydro-Environmental Process Research Group that INMA is there. As I said, the social aspect is run by the Basque Center of Climate Change. We have in our consortium this group that is managing the water in an area, and FE is sorry, I depleted my brain. The agency that inform all the partners in the project. And that's it for myself. A bit more time than I expected. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to you.
Here's
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Question? Yeah.
Yeah, so if you find out that the value you create by doing the optimal management is bigger than the current more financial type of management, do you plan to expand this approach to other catchments in the Basque Country? And then also you mentioned you have some troubles with the private landowners. So how will you try to overcome this?
I mean, the first idea, as I said, it was to perform this with private owners, this project, but they were not interested because they thought that they produce good quality water. That is not true. It's their opinion. And the thing is that these three catchments and these three municipalities, they have served us as a lighthouse, because there are many other municipalities that came to us, and especially the boss of IMA is quite good at spreading the news. And we are going to have at the end of May or beginning of June a meeting where we will show other municipalities what we have done, because they are actively now buying the land around their catchments and are on the source of taking the water to the municipality, so they want to perform these activities, right? Yes. So we are hopefully succeeding. Let's see. Yeah.
It's a bit linked, actually. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. But in terms of replication, because it looks like a very successful model, you are already in touch with other municipalities, and that's very good. But you also showed the regional map, and there are differences between the northern provinces and the southern. Are you perhaps planning to be in touch with the government of the Basque Country to do that in a more, let's say, widespread way in the northern type of forests, or have you thought about that, perhaps? Is it easy at all, or?
It's not easy. I mean, the government or the people behind there is not willing to take this approach. They think that they are making, as I said, good enough quality of water. They don't think this will be worth it to conserve some areas. And we also, I mean, we compute how much land will be needed to perform in all the municipalities this approach, and it was less than 2%, around 2% of the land it will be used. But still, the the wood lobby is quite.
That's for the private owners that you were trying to involve. Okay.
It's a bit complex, the situation when you try to upgrade. I mean, I always see myself as a researcher, a technician. I get the data and I try to explain what we get. And sometimes it's complex to extrapolate. But I mean, of course, it would be great to extend this approach, because I think, at least in our northern region, is really needed. And with the climate change, the scenarios that we have, we will need that water. Another thing that, sorry.
No, just curious if the municipalities you've already been in touch with are from the same province or across?
Yes, well, I mean, no, where they are from the Basque Country, some from, well, most of them, I guess, will be from Vizcaya, our closest region. But because in the southern region is more municipality-based approach, and they are already they have this approach of continuous cover forestry. More the privates follow the clear-cut management options. So it's a bit tricky. Yeah.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we head off to the last speaker, I thought I'd give you all the option to have a stand up and get a cup of coffee if you need one, and do a quick tour around the corner for those who would like. And I will just double check that my system is working for another PDF before you all. Seems to eat a bit of why?
At the top. Yeah, it was next to it.
Sorry, do you know now? Yeah, you heard the IT. Oh yeah, it's dual screen, so I think it's.
Looks fine, but this thing doesn't. Oh, you have a dual screen too.
We can try. Maybe it works better with duplicate. Is that okay?
I mean, still, no, it's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
It's a tiny bit, or is it a lot?
No, it's fine. No, yeah. It's here also. So.
Yeah.
But if you go.
Yeah,
it's fine. Doesn't matter. We can manage.
Okay.
It's okay.
Maybe if I open it. No, I still have Chrome available.
Yeah, you have it open.
Yeah.
No, it's okay.
And the least amount of eating was with look at it.
It's interesting that it does, but
I think it's down button.
I just
This works now.
This works, okay. I wanted to test just on this. Come on, here. If I
Is there a link?
There was a link, but it's okay. It doesn't have to show it. We are already long and it's fine.
Okay.
It's okay.
If you have the link itself, we can open it.
Yeah, I do. That's true.
No.
Depende para qué con uno.
Exacto, pero es que es más. Nos tienen un poco como que con estos indicadores de la pero luego sí que es como tenemos un terreno para hacer el patrón, pero es muy complicado.
Digo más fácil. Me viene con pero bueno, ya. Te pones alto, rayas, todos. Amigo de todo y.
I wonder why it does it now.
Yeah.
Does it also now or not? No.
Now maybe you can show it like if you close the maybe to.
But I thought this one would hide because this one is from what? You know, this thing. I can put it like this, and then I can also do this. Then
we'll have to use the.
You think so? No. Well, but
halfway.
What the fuck?
Is it not a good?
No, I like this.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah. Not a good commercial for Vivaldi as a
No.
PDF reader.
No. But I don't think it's Vivaldi.
Oh no, it's yeah, I think like
It's
the computer to the
yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe one of the computers has a different dimension.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, this one is like 16 by 9
Yeah,
or whatever,
yeah.
and the other one is a bit different or something like that. I don't know.
But in that case, it's considered the best solution. Free from the forest.
Then we are ready for the last speaker. It was more of a coincidence going through projects on LinkedIn to find some interesting, and luckily we came over a Slovakian example where we got Tomáš to present, and with more of a technical IT background. So over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So my name is Tomáš, or Thomas in English, that I usually say to people. I come from Slovakia, but I've long lived in this region. I studied in Amsterdam, but I studied something completely unrelated. I studied data science and business-related economic stuff. But in Slovakia, there is an NGO called People and Water, whose main guy who sort of started it many years ago is Michal Kravčík. Maybe you've seen some of his posts on LinkedIn. He's quite the advocate about restoration of small water cycles. And so after I finished my studies and I moved back home for half a year, we come from the same city. And since I'm really interested in restoring nature and trying to apply my technical background to nature, I reached out to him. And over the past year, I sort of been collaborating with him either on projects that they are doing as an NGO under the many European Union funds, and also just helping to analyze some data and develop some kind of a framework that we can use for actually trying to persuade landowners to do these kinds of transformations. So today I would like to speak about Land for Climate project, which is basically the project to which you reached out, and then also a bit more about forestry benefits of water retention measures, but more specifically about the methodology that we use for calculating and for showing why these measures make sense. So a bit more related to what you were showing in your region. So first, Land for Climate was a European project whose basically main point was trying to engage private landowners in doing some restoration. And the project is running in multiple forward running region, where each region is doing different kind of project, either in forest, in winery. We are more of an NGO that's coming with the methodological lens, and it's funded as a sort of a pilot project under the European Union funds, from which then we are supposed to learn how well did it go, what were the nice approaches for involving landowners, which worked, which didn't work, so it can later be replicated in other regions. Of course, there's a website you can scan. I can send you the link to the whole presentation afterwards, or you simply search for Land for Climate, and there is a lot more information, and also already quite a bit of papers that came out of it. So all kinds of policy measures and sort of learnings. The second part, that's sort of about Land for Climate in short. The second part is more about the methodology. And here I will mostly be talking about the lens that Michal, the owner of the NGO, has been sort of preaching for a while, and that he taught me through this collaboration. So as we have talked already, we have drained water from the landscape, and that's sort of why we are here and why we have problems, and we try to solve it. And the effects of draining the land of the water is that the daily input of solar radiation has not changed. If anything, it has increased, because now we have less clouds, so even more radiation is coming to the ground. And if the ground doesn't have the water, then there is no evapotranspiration, and so most of the radiation is turned into sensible heat, which creates this sort of circle of more radiation, more heat, less water, more. You get the point. So then what happens? How can we solve this? And we say that we can solve this by simply retaining more water where it lands, instead of trying to drain it out of the agricultural parts, out of the forest, out of the urban areas, etc., etc. Because if you keep the water at the place where it landed, there will be a lot more water available for the radiation to transpire. And so instead of changing all the radiation into sensible heat, you are going to change it into evapotranspiration. And so basically that water gives you the ability to change some of the input into an output that takes the heat out of your sensible heat area more into the higher atmosphere, then moves it somewhere else. The water can fall again, and you create this small water cycle, which is basically what has been damaged by the practices that we have been doing over the past 40, 50 years of industrialization. So the main difference in this picture, where we try to show it, is that you are, by retaining water in the area where it falls, you are trying to exchange the production of sensible heat from the radiation into more evapotranspiration, which is cooling the area. And so those are sort of the two primary effects that you have. And the secondary effects of this change of having water in the area where it falls is that, of course, with more evapotranspiration, you get less sensible heat, so you get a drop in temperature, which is a nice byproduct that you can sell to people mostly in the urban areas, where you see, if you look at any graph or any city over the past 30 years, you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4 Celsius degrees increases. If you can persuade the municipality that if you build a few water retention measures, you can go back down by 1, 2, 3 degrees, yeah, it's easier to speak to these people then, because you are on the same line, and hopefully you have at least aligned incentives. What you will also get by retaining water in the area where it falls is that you are mitigating some of the extreme temperature changes. So what you see from data is as well that we are no longer having those smooth transitions from winter to summer and from summer to winter back, where it was sort of slowly ramping up in temperature and then slowly going down. And what was doing this was that there was water in the landscape, and so the water could, in the summer, it could hold some heat and then slowly release it over the period of fall. Then again, you would have snow. That snow would hold that radiation and do the slow transition of melting to the summer. This is no longer happening because the water is not there, and so what you start getting now is that suddenly sun starts to come in the middle of March, but because there is no water, it creates all the sensible heat. It puts the flowers into already flowering, but then 3 weeks later, it's again -5 degrees. And so you have this problem that also affects farmers a lot because, for example, I know you are a cherry farmer, your trees go into flower in early March because it was hot for 3 weeks. But then again, you get a drop in temperature. And so there we try to persuade you that if you have more water in the area, you can smooth out these changes that start to happen nowadays. Of course, as we've talked throughout the day, you have more available water sources because the water is slowly seeping into the ground and recharging aquifers. As a result, you have more biomass because there is more water available for plants to grow. Most of the time, the main limiting factor for the plants is not enough water, at least in the areas that we are talking about. And finally, you have increase in biodiversity, which I'm sure many of us care about here, but many of the landowners don't. But in case you come across someone who owns land and is also really into nature, yeah, they get this byproduct too. And so what we do, and I will get to the full sort of picture of the 3 steps that we go through to persuade landowners. Before, I wanted to just briefly touch on a paper that Michal and some colleagues at TU Delft were putting together, where they were basically looking at how the water vapor is transported from the landscape into the higher atmosphere based on a difference between how warm is the ground layer and a few meters above the ground. And if the ground layer is very hot and the few meters above the ground are not so hot and there isn't a lot of water in the air, the water from the ground, if there is any, can sort of move up because it has the capacity. There is sort of, it's being pulled up and can then travel throughout. And so what they've done is that they simulated sort of many differences between how warm is the ground and how warm are the few meters above the ground. And based on that, they calculated sort of confidence intervals of how much water is being moved from the parched land into the air. And they divided it based on different land classes. So forests, urban areas, crops, etc., etc. And basically what they saw is that the bigger the difference between the two, the more water can be taken up, which makes sense. But what's interesting for the forest topic is that they also saw that the forests are sort of the only sink where, because you have a lot of plant matter that is holding water inside of itself, not as much radiation can reach the forest floor, so you cannot create this huge difference in water that is in huge difference in temperature that pulls up the water, but instead the water sort of stays in the area, and so the forests act as sort of these sponges, not necessarily in the sense that we were talking about, but as a part of the landscape that's holding water, while everywhere else the water is escaping the system. And so then you get pictures like this where a few beavers did a good job and everywhere else the forest burned, but this is basically what you would like to achieve, right? And maybe these are also the pictures with which you can come to landowners, and you might trigger a more emotional reaction than if you come to them with numbers and be like, you should do this about the water. Well, if you show this, they might be like, okay, I understand, right? Yeah, it's I am also a scientist trained person or mind to think, but there's like marketing and sales to be done with when you communicate with people like this. And so that brings me to the final part of what I wanted to present, which is sort of the methodology that Michal created and that we try to come to both to municipalities and private landowners. And so there are 3 steps. The first step is sort of to calculate and estimate the current runoff that happens in your area. The second step is to understand how it is geolocated and sort of what are the places where the runoff is happening and how does your landscape look like under current conditions, which then tells you where to put the water retention measures. And the final part is obviously implementing the water retention measures based on the plan. And then maybe the fourth part here is monitoring, but it's the best case scenario. That doesn't always happen. So how do we calculate the current runoff? Here I'm just putting some pictures from actually a book that Michal co-authored. I will talk about it at the end. And I also have a link for you to download. There is hundreds and hundreds of pictures to sort of be inspired by how different kinds of runoffs look like, and also how different kinds of water retention measures look like. So you can have an idea, especially about these smaller check dams that are built from wood and debris, etc., etc. That's mostly the type of water retention measures that we advise to put in place. And so the method that we use is a fairly old method developed by some Americans, by the USDA, where they looked at different land cover types and different soil types, and they basically created these tables that tell you how much water in a large rain event, how much water is seeping into the soil and how much is starting to run off. It's a bit complicated picture to look at, but essentially what they are doing is that over time some rain is falling, and at first some of the rain, when it starts to rain, will be caught up in the leaves, will be caught up in some small holes in between rocks, and it will not reach the ground base. At some point it will start reaching the ground, and at that point the soil, depending on how much organic matter there is, what kind of crop cover you have, etc., will start to infiltrate this water. And whatever it is not able to infiltrate, based on basically the number that they've calculated, is going to start to run off. But over time, as the rain is raining, the infiltration capacity of that water is decreasing, right? Because it's basically filling up, and so you get more and more runoff. And so if you have a very long rain event, you sort of reach at some point the capacity of the water, and it cannot take more, and then all the water starts to run off. And so based on this method, you take the soil type, you take the land type. So this is whether it's a forest, cover, urban. There is very many. There's like 30 land types that they sort of define. You take the initial condition, so whether the land has been parched for a while, or it rained recently, or it's actually filled, and that also defines how much initial infiltration can occur. And you take some rain event. And what we usually do for the European projects where we calculate these numbers is that we take 60 mm rain event, which is like a large thunderstorm that we can say that it's a sort of 10 to 100 year event that happens in our region. And then from that, based on the total areas for, you sort of take these three values and you divide your land into total areas of square meters. Based on that, you can calculate the total runoff for your area of calculation of the effect. Here are some numbers actually from that project that we've been doing in Land for Climate, where we took a part of the forest that was very large, or fairly large, like it was like 1.5 hectares. And we divided that forest into unpaved roads in the forest and forest land. So those two gave us two different infiltration numbers, based on which we could calculate how much water is running off of the unpaved roads and how much water is running off of the forested land. And running it through those calculations, you sort of get the total number that we estimated at a 60 mm rain event. There will be about 6,000 square cubic meters of water that runs off from that area. And then what we sort of offer is that we should try to build water retention measures of roughly similar volume to what we calculated is running off. So there is enough available volume to catch all the water that happens in a large rain event, So then you are sure that basically you have enough volume of water retention measures to retain all the water that fell in your area. But of course, that water over time will seep into the floor and into the, not floor, but into the soil, into the catchment, and it will flow further down the stream. But the idea here is that you are slowing it down and slowly redistributing it through the system, gaining all of those benefits that I sort of outlined in the beginning. And so once we sort of do the calculation of the runoff and the advice on what kinds of measures to put and of what quantities and volumes, the question is where to put them in the land. And there you have two options. You, of course, have to do the in-person, in-situ survey of what kind of land you are dealing with, what parts are easy to access, what parts are not easy to access, etc. And there the landowner usually also knows and has an idea of what to put where. But there are also nowadays sort of algorithms and visualizations that you can use to get an idea beforehand, before you come to the land, of how does it look like. And I wanted to show you one that sort of produces these very nice figures where we just take publicly available LiDAR data. So in Europe, I think all of the countries have publicly available LiDAR data sets. And based on those, you can download the LiDAR data specifically for your plot, and you can do visualizations like this one. This is just an example. This is actually not in Europe, it's in New Zealand, but that's the one that's publicly available that I can show you, where you can calculate many things, starting with things just like elevation, so you get an idea of how your land looks like from the hillside or from the bird's eye view. But more importantly, you can calculate these kinds of things, where you can calculate topographic wetness index, which is trying to figure out if the water falls, where is it going to pool. You can also look at flow accumulations, which again is just, it's basically trying to figure out the same thing, but it's taking into account the granular changes in your elevation and then running some algorithms to calculate how the water is going to fall. And if you look at these visualizations, like for example here, you can see natural areas where the water is pooling and creating ponds. So you can reinforce those areas and actually create ponds. But then of course you can also look at the areas where the water is sort of running down. Can you see my, yes, running down through here. So these would be good areas to put the dams, for example, right? Or if it's more of an agricultural area, you can put swales in these sort of longer falling hills to catch the water across the entire hill, etc., etc. But it's a good visualization to give you an idea where you can come to the person or to the municipality and basically tell them, this is the visualization of your land from the bird's eye view. These are our recommendations for the volumes and types of water retention measures you could do. And based on this area, you could put them here, there, blah, 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 right? So it gives them a very good idea of where to start from. And then, of course, finally, it's the implementation. And that's the last part of what I was saying, is that there are many different ways to build these kinds of structures. And over the years, Michal and the people that has been collaborating with experimented with many of them and have learned which work well, which don't work well, and how to build them also such that structures like this sort of persist over time and don't degrade because of actual water that's degrading them, or don't degrade because the big rain event shuts them down and sort of takes them off the stream. And the pictures in this entire presentation come from this small publication, After Us, the Desert and Deluge. Very hardcore title. It's quite old, it's from like 2012, but I think it's a nice resource because it really has hundreds and hundreds of the pictures like you've seen that you can sort of go through and be inspired for how different water retention measures have been done. And I think most of the pictures are actually from Slovakia or Czech Republic. So it's also a very regional piece of publication. I think we will send you the slides if you would want them straight away. I also have them here on the QR code. You can just download them. And there's also a link to that publication that I showed, and another one that's a publication for the Land for Climate project that we have contributed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. I could see Adrian's eyes was going wide. Might be hearing from him, I guess. Thank you very much. Here's something to bring back. Questions for Tomasz?
Well, maybe also related to the implementation. So it's really, I think, impressive research. So how are you now trying to implement it with together with the NGO in Slovakia, maybe even wider?
So most of the projects are honestly right now limited by funds mostly. Michael's NGO is a very small sort of 2-3% thing. I have really only been helping on the side. They are running some project also from European Union where they are running pilots. So for example, there's one project in more rural north part of Slovakia where they implemented the measures and they also put in sensors to measure sort of the effects. So all the claims of the benefits can hopefully be validated with the data. That's something the data I've been playing with. And otherwise, what Mikael has been working on is actually from the time of that publication, he has been part of the government, where the government created a scheme for doing this for small municipalities. They were supposed to do these kinds of measures, and if they could prove that they actually retain 30,000 cubic meters, they would get some subsidy. And this was one of the projects that worked really well, not just from the perspective of the water retention measures, but also from the perspective of creating jobs for these rural people, because the municipality was suddenly subsidized and had an incentive to take the people from the municipality that maybe didn't have jobs and put them to digging trenches and building these kinds of things. And I'm mentioning that because if you had Mikael here, that would be the one you would mention and he would be really passionate about it, because it has sort of a double impact of also social, but also environmental.
Do you have any policy documents available that maybe explains this incentive?
I can ask him if there is. I have a very big doubts there is something in English, but I can ask him.
Okay, thank you.
Good question about this water run monitoring or modeling, how the water runs are flooding. Are these like a European widely, how common to have from the countries and regions and areas? Because I don't know, from Finnish perspective, in Finland, I know that our planners are also in forestry using these models of the water run areas to take into account the possibility of erosion and the water flows and the methodology in forestry. But are these like a European-wide models?
I'm not the right person to answer. Maybe someone in the room.
Do you know how
has an
it
idea.
is? I don't know whether it's common to have.
No, I think it's some. I know in Norwegian government is influencing where the municipality now can take a taxation of surface water, kind of, so you can use that to implement more. But I'm not sure if there's an estimate on the amount. Of the amount of surface water your measure kind of would entail.
I think from the perspective of the NGO and from Mikael's work is that these kinds of work is done for the big rivers, but not necessarily maybe for the smaller catchments, and that's also what the bulk of the work was focused on. So it's like these tiny streams that are sort of feeding into the bigger rivers or are at the beginning of those bigger rivers. Those are not that they are neglected, but they are not looked at as much as anything downstream where it really poses a flood risk. And so there you want to have a good idea of which municipalities are at risk, while upstream you're like, okay, whatever, the stream starting to dry out, and that's the reality, right? But
we say that that's the reality because of all the practices that have been happening for the past 30, 40 years. And there is a way to change it. And the way is not expensive or hardcore. You just build a few trenches and you hold the water where would previously be held by natural floodplains and natural wetlands, but we have drained those in favor of agriculture or forestry or other mostly economic activities.
Thank you. Yes. Well, there's a small group left, but the idea with the end of the program was at least that all the participating regions and projects would be able to speak a bit with each other and present, because, of course, with the opportunity that Mika Kallio presented with the upcoming calls on forestry, for example, and forestry-related projects, we wanted to use the opportunity to maybe already now start a dialogue in between regions and projects for possibilities within the intersection of water and forestry. So, and I called the event Forest Walk because in the forest out walking, this is the only point where you will get a greeting from the Norwegians when they're actually sociable without being intoxicated. So it's so outside there will be the traditional forest walk treats, which are oranges and a quick lunch, which is a chocolate bar from Norway. So even though we're a small group left, the idea was to talk a bit about in between the regions with the barriers, the needs, and the advantages that are within our own regions and our own projects, and to discuss them among ourselves. But if you're feeling done with the program as well, at least there is some oranges and some chocolates. So if we do it half an hour, and we'll see if there's anyone left to do a wrap up at the end of the day afterwards. Yeah. So please help yourself to some coffee and some quick lunch chocolate bar.